welcome everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. We are so excited, friends, to be with you here today. I have the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. AJ Lanigan, a personal hero of mine. I'm very, very excited to get into this content today. But before we do, if you can give me a thumbs up in the chat, let me know if you can hear me. We got a lot of technology going on here. We're streaming, to all the different platforms. We've got Zoom going. I want to know if you guys can hear me. Just give me a thumbs up. All right, Carrie, thank you so much. You can hear us. And tell me where you're calling in from. Love to know where you guys are calling in from. I am here at the house in Atlanta, Georgia, right outside of Atlanta. AJ is calling in from his office there in Columbia, South Carolina. So thank you. Keep posting in the chat where you're calling in from. I know you guys can hear me if you're posting. McDonough, Georgia, that's not too far, Tammy. Thank you. Seattle, that one's pretty far. And Honolulu, we got Hawaii coming in, New Hampshire, Chicago, fantastic. Canada, all right. And Indiana, Ocala, Florida, New Jersey, fantastic. Well, I'm going to introduce myself. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Reggie Black. I am the CEO of Betterway Health. I have been here with Betterway Health now for 15 years at this company. It is an honor and a privilege to serve here at this business. And I am here today with, as I mentioned before, the personal hero of mine, AJ Lanigan, my good friend. When I started here 15 years ago, I did not even know what beta-glucan was. I started out as the IT guy, and this guy right here taught me everything that I know about beta-glucan to date, and still every single week teaches me something new about beta-glucan. So the supplement industry, the beta-glucan, the immune system, AJ is just an absolute wealth of knowledge. And as many of you know, and if you don't know, you're going to learn tonight, AJ is the formulator of our beta-glucan product. He is really the brains and the genius behind the purity of our beta-glucan, and he will stop at nothing to make sure that we carry and that we can offer the purest and most biologically active, the best product in the world. And so what I'm really excited about for today, this is going to be one that I believe we're going to be using for years to come, because what we're going to be talking about is the long-term benefits of taking beta-glucan. So what happens to your immune system when you take that first capsule? And then what happens if you take it for a day? What happens if you take it for a month? What happens if you take it for 6 months? The benefits kind of compound like interest. And AJ is going to be going through and breaking that down for us from scientific terms, walking through that. And so I'm really, really excited, because this is a question that we get from so many customers about dosage, about immune system. Hey, I can't feel my immune system. So how do I know that this stuff is working? We're going to answer that question. But first, I've got a disclaimer. So if we can go to that disclaimer slide there, thank you. This presentation is for informational purposes only and is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. The information you will learn has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration, our good friends there at the FDA. Always seek the advice of your physician or other qualified health provider with any questions you may have regarding a medical condition. So we are going to be talking about immune system. We're going to be talking about beta-glucan. And knowing AJ, he does not like to dilly-dally. He likes to jump right in and provide value really quickly. So AJ, welcome. Thank you. You know I love you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we as my dad used to say, we burning up daylight, boy. Got to make hay while the sun shines. So that's what we're going to do. I want to, like Reggie, thank all of you that are joining us. Your time is valuable. I'm going to treat it as such. So listen quickly, because I'm going to cover a lot of ground. I anticipate give or take 45 minutes, and then we're going to open it up for Q&A, which happens to be my favorite time. I hope it ends up being your favorite time as well. But over the last, go ahead and flip the slide. I think they know who I am. 30 years. 30 years, actually, this coming July 4th. Other things are important July the 4th. But I had a small meeting with a group, and we talked about a wide variety of things. Cancer was part of the topic, infectious disease, a wide variety of things. But whatever we talked about, the immune system was dancing all around the conversation. So I came out of that meeting saying, okay, I've got some ideas, and I don't think we had a gig community or gigs going on. You either worked or you stayed at home and did something else. So I went to work, and this is pretty much what I've worked on for the last 30 years. Uh, when you spend 30 years on one molecule, you can do a pretty good job drawing it. That's number one. But because I have spent so much time, and because Reggie and his team, particularly the ACEs, I can't say enough good things about the ACEs. They show up, they get trained on a regular basis. I feel like they have an unfair advantage. If other companies, other products, stick their heads up, they they don't chop the heads off like I would, but I feel like we do have an unfair advantage. Let's go to the next slide. Uh, what is beta glucan? Well, we're going to get kind of in the deep weeds here in a little bit. I want to keep emphasizing the immune system, the immune system, the immune system. Reggie worries about the FDA. I worry about Reggie worrying about the FDA, and they can get kind of particular sometimes when you claiming that you're going to cure, prevent, or mitigate some disease or condition. My position, which of course is the correct position, it is your immune system, or technically your immune response, that is going to get things done or prevent things from happening that you don't want to happen. Whether again it's cancer, infectious disease, allergies, uh, even the aging process. We're gonna touch lightly on that tonight because of some recent work that's been done. But think in terms of this molecule enabling the immune system, that it enables a response that you would not otherwise have. Even if you're healthy, it does not force a response. This is very important, and you'll hear me talk about safety throughout, because there's a lot of things, including natural substances. A bottle of hemlock, for example, only has one dose, lifetime supply. But understand that we're going to talk about the sources. We're going to talk about structure. I don't look at this as a drug, even though we've got a group that's been working diligently for, gosh, 25, 30 years on creating a drug, trying to get this approved through the FDA as a water soluble for injectable. That group started back in, I want to say mid 1980s, 84, 85. And I worked very closely with a couple of those gentlemen. And they were very, very successful. They turned out a lot of great science, and that science still stands today. So we're going to build on that. Let's go to the next slide. So here I've got a picture of the surface of an immune cell. And that surface has what we call a lock system that our molecule serves as a key. Now, recent automobiles seem not to have a key that inserts into the lock. The older vehicles, yes. So think in terms of maybe a lock and a key to enter your house, or a lock and a key to crank up your boat. This lock and key mechanism is what we've talked about for decades. So one of these lock and key mechanisms is called Dectin-1. Now, that wasn't a big deal 30 years ago. Entirely different receptor doing different things, which we ought to talk about a little bit. But over the last couple of years, that has reverse. So Dectin 1, when our molecule, wait a minute, it's not the molecule, it's our insoluble particle. And this is critical. When you take one of our capsules, that powder actually contains microparticles. It has to be in a particulate form to bind with Dectin 1. Dectin 1 is very important. When this happens, think of this as a handshake relationship with this immune cell. And that particle has to be a certain size, can't be too tiny, can't be too large. Ours is just right, kind of like that little girl that snuck into the bear's house. And so getting this started with Dectin 1 is going to do a number of things. We're going to get into that a little bit further. The second type of receptor, which again 30 years ago was actually called the glucan receptor, it is complement receptor number 3, or CR3. Now, this is a 2 lock and key mechanism. There's 2 things that have to go on at the same time. One is you've got to have either micro particles or soluble glucan molecules binding to the CR3. That's part of the lock and key mechanism. The second part is the target must be coated or opsonized or tagged with something called complement. Complement with an E, not an I. This is actually a molecule that is produced by your liver. And there's about 8 or 9 different complement molecules. This particular one, C3, or complement number 3, will be cut in half. There's an A and a B section. The B section gets opsonized, or think of chewing gum sticking to the bottom of your heel. It binds. Once it binds, and once our glucan binds to the CR3 receptor, now this mechanism fires off. Again, safety. We don't have to worry about causing autoimmune conditions because healthy cells don't get opsonized by complement. They don't get coated by complement. Cancer cells may, viral particles may, and along with the beta glucan binding to the CR3, now that's the 1-2 punch. Those are the things that have to happen. So let's go to the next slide and talk about how this insoluble particle that's in our capsules actually gets to the immune system to get it to be all that it can be. Now, the first thing you have to understand is we don't have the ability to digest it. That's a good thing. So the capsule and the contents are going to go right through the stomach, not be affected by the stomach acid. It's going to end up in the small intestine. We don't manufacture the enzymes necessary to break down this particle. We have an area called the Peyer's patches, P-E-Y-E-R apostrophe S. The Peyer's patches are sitting there with these little M cells, microfold cells. Think of them as gatekeepers. And these gatekeepers are constantly sampling. Like when I have a double beef Whopper with cheese, it's going to be grabbing, well, okay, AJ told them not to put mayonnaise on it. Okay, well, AJ did tell them to put extra onions on it. So it is indiscriminate. It is going to be sampling all the time. Now, I typically tell people when you take our ingredient, best if taken on an empty stomach. Doesn't mean you have to. But don't stick it in the middle of a double beef Whopper with cheese. Don't put it in with a 20-ounce sirloin. Why? Because you want as much of that particulate as possible being grabbed and pulled through the lining of the intestine into an area called the GALT, G-A-L-T, the gut-associated lymphoid tissue. So with these M cells sampling, pulling it through, this is the first time that the immune cells are actually going to see our ingredient. The macrophages, or the macrophages, depending on which side of the Atlantic you're educated, are going to see this particle. Now, again, because it's just the right size particle, Dectin-1 is going to recognize it and is going to bind to it. Again, we've got a good, solid handshake. You know, you get a handshake with some people that's kind of like a limp, dead fish. No. We want a good, solid handshake. And what this does is it causes other receptors to migrate around the cell, and it causes phagocytosis. It causes the cell to act a little bit like Pac-Man, where these pseudopods go out, reach around, and pull it inside. This process is called phagocytosis. Okay? Now, all of this is happening in the lining of the gut. Those cells then start to go through the different, you got your bloodstream, okay, and you got your lymph system. These are like parallel highways. So these macrophages are traveling throughout the lymph system, the gut-associated lymphoid tissue, and it gets to the junctions, your lymph nodes, and so forth. And as it's moving throughout, it's actually breaking down those large particles into smaller particles. In fact, there's a great study where we've actually got microphotographs of this going on. And ultimately, the smaller particles get broken down in just the right size water-soluble molecule. So we're depositing small particles, we're depositing molecules as we go through. So this is our Peyer's patch gateway. That's how it goes through. It's not an absorption like a lot of drugs do. It is a physical grabbing and pulling through. And this was a big thing. When I first started, a lot of researchers would say, AJ Lanigan, you're a snake oil salesman. There's no way a particle that size will pass through the lining of the gut, blah, 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 blah. Well, some of those scientists were put to work and forced to work alongside me for a time. And it was actually not only proven, but we got great pictures of that. So let's go to the next slide. And we're going to talk about trained immunity. Because when that Dectin-1 has that good firm handshake, then we end up with what's called TRIM, T-R-I-M, trained immunity. This is relatively new. We didn't start figuring out that such a thing existed. Now, what's that relative to? For years, I would hold out two arms and say, look, we got two arms of the immune system. We've got the one you were born with, your innate immune system and its response. And then over here, we've got your acquired. I'd sometimes call it the learned side or the learned side of the immune system. The innate system, it shows up like right now, within seconds, minutes, certainly the first day. But it takes a little bit of time. It takes like days. In fact, and let's don't get into a discussion pro or anti-vaccine or whatever. But that's the whole principle behind vaccines is the priming of this other side where B cells exist to make antibodies against a specific target. That takes as much as 3 weeks to be effective. So if you come up against somebody, now I had measles, a pretty bad case of it, a while before there was such a thing as a measles vaccine. In fact, the first shot at a measles vaccine, and they weren't really satisfied, so they actually came out with a second version. Got much better results. I'd already had it. I'd already survived, and here I am yet today, and we've had this quote unquote outbreak just 90, 100 miles up the road here, the end of last year and early this year. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people with the measles. I hope no one has died in this country. There's no reason for anybody, frankly, to die. Most of the deaths, from what I understand from the literature, happens in these countries where you've got children that are malnourished. Maybe they don't have enough vitamin A, for example. Well, those kids are going to die possibly from a lot of things. So TRIM is taking this innate immune system arm, and the short story is getting it to remember, but not the kind of memory that you get from the acquired side. What it does is it trains it, and this is epigenetic changing. You've got the DNA of the immune cells where switches are being flipped, so that the same thing that you might encounter later, you'll get a much more rapid, a much more robust immune response from this innate immune system. And by the way, this happens all the way upstream, including the bone marrow, which is where all your white blood cells, your immune cells, your red blood cells, your platelets, all these immune cells and other cells are born in the bone marrow. So even after the beta glucan, you've eaten it and it's scattered, whatever, and you've built up this trained immunity. Well, this trained immunity may last maybe for days, maybe for weeks. There's a lot of work that continues to be more and more research on TRIM, but definitely a long-lasting, a reprogramming exists. And again, it heightens the readiness of this innate immune system. I use example you see on the slide. Let's say you've got a fire department and you've got all your firefighters. They've got all their equipment. They sleep with their pants and their boots on. Okay, that's the kind of fire department that you want, as opposed to a fire department that has to be built from scratch. They've got to go out and recruit some firefighters. They've got to go out and buy a fire hose. All of these things, again, as examples of what TRIM is doing for that innate side of the immune system. Good. New science, great science. Let's go to the next slide. Talk a little bit more about safety. I fall back on my earlier explanation of how CR3, when it gets primed, when it gets activated, requires a second signal. Believe it or not, cars used to have not just a gas pedal and a brake. There used to be another pedal down there. It was called a clutch, a straight drive automobile. So you had to depress the clutch, and that would disengage the motor so that the wheels wouldn't turn. And then you also had to have your foot on the brake so that it wouldn't roll, particularly if you're on a hill. So you had to be real good to get your foot off the brake, tap the gas a little bit as you release the clutch. That was a big deal when you first started learning to drive. There was a lot of jerkiness going on with the early straight drive learners. But this is a big deal. This two key safety system. I'll go back to what I said earlier. A main reason why we don't have to worry about our ingredient causing an autoimmune disorder where your immune system is attacking self. See, the golden rule of the immune system is to do self, SELF, do self no harm. So this basically guarantees it's not going to happen with our ingredient. The second thing is the Dectin 1. The Dectin 1, again, you have to have contact requiring a particle, not scattered fragments, not water-soluble molecules, but a physical contact with the receptor. Because glucans, if I didn't mention it earlier, let me circle back, is not just one molecule. Glucans are a family of molecules. You'll get them from cereal grains, oats and barley. You'll get them from, of course, baker's yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. That's what we use. And there's a reason why we use that. You can get it from mushroom. You can get it from lichens. You can get it from mold, mildew. You can get it from euglena. All of these contain, there's a wide variety of things where glucans exist. You've got alpha glucans as well as beta glucans. So when somebody says, oh, well, I've got glucan in my capsule, I've got glucan in my bottle, they really haven't told you a lot. You have to be specific. So the priming of Dectin 1 to start this phagocytic activity, and also to set up the beginning of what has to be done for trained immunity. There's a third thing, cytokines. Think of cytokines as, I don't know, emails, fax messages. A lot of people, younger folks would know what a fax machine is, but a way to communicate all over the body at a distance. You get a splinter in your toe, then within minutes, certainly within an hour or so, your entire body of immune cells know what's going on because of the release of these cytokines that race through the body, through the bloodstream and through the lymph. Now, back during the COVID days, a lot of people tried to discourage the use of this type of an ingredient. Oh, you can't be taking this. If you take this along with COVID, you're going to start a cytokine storm. Your immune system is going to go nuts, and you'll die because your immune system kills you. Not with our ingredient. Now, I can't speak to all forms of glucans or all forms of what might be termed as immune support compounds. But our ingredient will not create a cytokine storm. As my mentor for so many years, Dr. Vet Vika, we know this because we test it. We test it and we test it and we test it. We've known this for over a dozen years, but we still continue to test. Let's go to the next slide. Now that we start to understand a little bit how beta glucan works, how it gets into our body, let's talk about why most products in the marketplace that you might hear about, that you might be exposed to. Let me tell you, there's a lot of confusion. And I've been exposed to it through thousands, tens of thousands of people over the years bring me stuff and say, boy, these people, AJ, they say they got, they make the same stuff as you do. Well, sure they do, because they've got to somehow brag about their product by using my product. Why don't they brag on their product based upon what they're able to prove about their product? That's a big deal. Let's go to the next slide. So I've set up here, and I was thinking about having a handout, And if we were in a big auditorium, that's exactly what would be going on right now. I'd be doing a handout. But we got people in Canada, we got people in Honolulu. Gosh, yeah, Honolulu people, y'all just getting up from the lunch table. I'm late for supper over here. But these 8 things we're going to delve into a little bit. And I will tell you, people say, well, AJ, what about your competitors? No, no, no. We truly don't have competitors. Now we have people who may be trespassing upon our customers, but we really don't have competitors. And as I go through this, you'll tend to see why not. So, and I don't want to besmirch anybody by name. Yeah, I do. I like naming names and pointing fingers. I like people to understand that a lot of this is nothing more than sales hype that you see out there in the marketplace. And when you look, you find out that I think the term in Texas, all hat and no cattle, basically all mouth and nothing to back it up with. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So the first things we want to look at, we come back to the source. Again, baker's yeast, oats, barley, seaweeds of certain types, euglena, I sometimes affectionately refer to it as pond scum, and a lot of other things contain what we call glucans. But we find, and again, not just 1 or 2 studies, but 13 controlled studies and a massive meta-analysis where they've bundled up all this work that's done, including in human trials. And we find that when you give this material orally, it is the baker's yeast source that shines. Not to say that mushroom doesn't work at all, not to say that oats doesn't work at all, or barley, but the dose that you've got to have is so enormous. I don't know, if you go to the grocery store and you buy a little carton of those little buds of mushrooms, they're kind of expensive. There's not a lot of weight there. The amount of carbohydrate in a mushroom, a live mushroom, may only be like 3, 5, or 7%, depending on how dry it is, what genus species. Whereas we're using baker's yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, some 35 to 40%, and that's of the live yeast. Once it's ruptured and the insides come out, which is mostly proteins, now that number goes up to like 50 or 60%. And a lot of companies are just using, this is another thing about mushrooms. And many of these mushroom companies, they are hiding this information in plain sight. They will actually give you pride and prestige to know that not only do they take the fruit of the mushroom. Now, I don't know if you ever gone out in your yard after maybe a little sprinkle, and the next morning you got all these mushrooms coming up. There are mushroom producers that take and drill holes and impregnate the logs with mushroom spores. And being raised on a farm, a lot of times you'll see mushrooms growing up out of cow patties. A lot of these mushroom people will not only harvest the fruit of the mushroom, that stuff that grows up on top, but also the mycelium, which grows down into whatever the source is. I did some work with North Carolina A&T State University and helped one of their researchers develop a mushroom program many years ago. And he took newspaper, crushed it together, put chicken wire around it, big columns, and impregnated these columns with the mushroom spores, control the temperature, control the humidity, and just had all these mushrooms growing out of the newspaper. Now, how's that? Well, okay, paper is made up of cellulose, which again is a different type of carbohydrate. But the point I'm trying to get is they put the mycelium and the growth material, whatever they're growing in, they just scoop it all up, dry it, grind it up, put it in a pill, and say, I got mushroom glucan. Now, don't any of you tell somebody that I said people are digging up cow patties, okay, and drying it. I didn't say that. I'm just saying mushrooms grow real good in it. Wherever the mushrooms are coming from, one of my big things is you can't standardize it. You can't control the way the mushroom is grown. Those in the barley, whew, again, you might as well not mention anything about immunity. Now, we can talk about cholesterol, we can talk about cardiovascular issues, we can talk about blood sugar, but that's a whole different, that's over here in metabolic disorders. Okay. Mushroom and from Baker's yeast, we have similar linkage. We have a 1,3 backbone. That is a long line of glucose molecules hooked 1 to 3, 1 to 3, 1 to 3. And then every so often, we have a 1,6 side chain with another 1,3 flopping off on the ends, repeated over and over and over again. And this particular conformation is twisted. I often use the example of a wet wash rag that you twist very tight to get the water. This tends to explain the insolubility of our material. Let's go to the next slide. Purity. Probably purity would be said 1,000 times, maybe a day, depending on, what the aces are and who they're talking to. Purity, 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 purity. Purity is important. It's a good starting point. You don't want a lot of proteins. Why? Well, because there are a lot of people who have yeast sensitivities, yeast allergies, if you want to describe it that way. In fact, that's a very common question that people will ask is, I've got yeast infections, I've got yeast allergies, I've got all these problems with yeast. I can't take your product because it comes with yeast. No. We remove the proteins so that this is a safe material for you. The other thing is the lipids or the fats. If you got high lipid and high fat, that's going to interrupt the handshake. That's going to interrupt that two-lock system. And could you take enough product to get an immune response? Maybe. It might take 16 times as much. It might take 160 times as much. I'm not making these numbers up. These are some of the results that we have seen when our product is tested. And our product has been tested and retested and retested for a long, long time. When we put forth a 100 milligram of our material, you might have to take 1,000 milligram or more to get the same immune response. The thing is, if we were to give you 2 100 milligram, the other company's product has basically flattened out. You could eat bottles of it and you cannot elicit any more of an immune response. So let's talk about another slide. Again, our capsule contains an intact insoluble particle or particulate. Recognized, got that good strong handshake. It's going to be phagocytosed using the Dectin-1 and the clustering. Soluble glucans will bypass this altogether. The particle is the signal. It reaches out, and again, I didn't pick this material. Whoever created our immune systems chose this material and the form in which it has to be taken in to get what I'm describing here with these 8 different points. I've talked a little bit about the triple helix. We'll talk about it a little bit more. So you've got this chain of 1, 3, 1, 6, and actually a second chain and a third chain, a triple helix, tightly wound. That's what's going to lock up with a little bit of Dectin-1, but it's a big deal to CR3, complement receptor number 3. And if people are not processing their material properly, they're going to break up this triple helix. They're not going to preserve this 3D shape. They're going to end up with bits and pieces. It's like you got a sweater and you got a little thread sticking out there. Well, snip it off, because when you get to pulling it, guess what? You're going to weaken that sweater. Maybe your sleeve ends up falling off. So depending on their extraction method, their purification, they could very well unwind the helix, and you end up with these random, maybe single coils or whatnot. Another thing is molecular weight. Now, how do you come up with molecular weight? The best way I can explain it to you is you got a whole bunch of compounds that go to make up beta glucan, and you start looking at these from a chemistry standpoint, and you got carbon, and you got hydrogen, and you got oxygen, and you got a lot of them. Okay, so the molecular weight, because every carbon has a weight, every oxygen has a weight, every hydrogen has a weight. You add all these up, and you need to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000 Daltons in molecular weight. If they're too small, again, if they've been too aggressive in their processing, the fragment chains are chopped up too much. And if they get too small, again, you won't get the binding that you need with these very important docking sites, these receptors. Let's go to the next, where I'm going to go a little bit deeper into this extraction process. I describe a master switch. If you've got a bad extraction method, if you're trying to go fast and cheap, you make one error in that chain of events where you're trying to get rid of the fats, the proteins, the lipids, and so forth. Make one mistake along the way, and factors 4, 5, and 6 are out the window. You've lost it all in this single step. So fast and cheap may reduce your overall cost. You can still put 100 milligrams or 500 milligrams into a capsule, but it may be like you putting water into your gas tank. Yeah, the needle will go up, but your engine is not going to run well. And once these things are broken up, they can be put back together, but the cost of doing that is astronomical. So the extraction process is very, very important. And again, with decades, and I mentioned Dr. Vaslav Vetvica, again, a mentor. My other mentor on this topic is Michael Cato. Michael lives about 90 miles up the road. I can't say anything really bad about Michael. Well, he did go to Clemson. Sorry about that. But great guy, great family, and he has taken not dozens, he's taken like 70, 80 different processes, a lot to do with separation and purification, from concept on a napkin to actually working out in the real world. I mentioned Alpha Beta Technologies earlier, working on this water soluble for injectable drug. Great science. Their drug was called Imprime, IMPRIME, or PGG. And that company ended up going broke. Well, Michael and I went up to where the warehouse was after the bankruptcy, and inventoried a lot of the material. And Michael then took upon himself, let's make some more of this stuff. Let's go back and see if we can pick up and get this thing approved as a drug. He's the only person that I know who has successfully been able to reproduce this process and produce that water soluble drug. And I also, when I first started, I had, I would say, a C plus or a B minus type product 30 years ago. Michael is principally responsible for the ability to be able to bring my material up to the speed it is today. I am, and all of you should be eternally thankful for these two guys. Others, a lot of help along the way, but between Dr. Vetvica and Michael Cato, those are the two pillars. Let's go to another slide. How long have I been talking? Woo, I've been talking a long time. All right. These two graphs, the one on the left is a graph of 15 so-called competitors that were around in 2010. The gold line represents our material. In 2026, another series of widely advertised, widely available immune support products were tested again by Dr. Vetvica. The results, eerily the same. So for over 16 years, and this is just two tests, there have been hundreds of these kinds of tests, multiples of these groups being published in peer-reviewed journals. Let's go to the next slide. I want to get a little bit deeper into this 2026 study. 9 different commercial glucans. The upper left graph shows what was just shown before. The upper right-hand side, the results measuring interleukin-2. This is one of those cytokines, one of those chemicals and chemical fax messages and emails that are so important. In fact, there's a drug, I think it's called Prokind, for fighting cancer. A synthetic version of this. This is showing how the body produces it. The bottom left-hand side, antibody production. It's very, very important. Your body produces antibodies. This is part of the learned or the acquired immunity. And you see, again, the gold, we have significant differences in the amount of antibody. In fact, the next closest competitor, it looks close, but the amount of product that you'd have to take is a lot bigger. The bottom right, it's a cancer model. Now, I want to underscore this is a cancer model done in mice. Okay. But many of these studies in mice go on up the chain and end up in humans. And the big thing was the amount of metastasis that was reduced. 59% reduction in metastasis compared to the control. Now, it was commented on that this is comparable to certain chemotherapeutic drugs. I'm not telling you to try to treat cancer with this product, but if you're going standard of care or mixing standard of care with other modalities, or you don't want to go that route, you want to go strictly natural, whatever you call it, alternative, complementary, you need to have this ingredient that I'm describing, not just whatever you find in the health food store, not just whatever you Google with the term glucan, because you see the differences. Let's go to the next slide. The clinical evidence when I started 30 years ago was heavily slanted towards cancer. Why? Because PSK Crestin was is a mushroom derived glucan, highly purified, truly a pharmaceutical grade, not what you buy off the shelf, even though a lot of them borrow that literature to describe what they've got. They ain't got that, okay? Today, the bulk of the literature has shifted. It's not like there's not continuing to be cancer work done, but a tremendous amount on upper respiratory tract infections. 10, 15 years ago, a little over 15 years ago, Talbot and Talbot doing runner studies, others doing studies with students and so forth. Individual trials overall looked at a 25 to 37% reduction in the episodes of cold and flu. Additionally, if you ended up with a cold or the flu, you had a shorter duration, you had lower symptom severity, and this was, again, in different tests with different groups. Next slide. Stress puts a lot of pressure on your immune system. Marathon runners and other athletes during their workouts, during their competition, a lot of stress. Studies where they only took a couple of 100 milligrams during their workouts, during their competitions. College students studying, burning the midnight oil, the stress of that, again, during final exams. A different kind of stress, but stress nonetheless. These stresses open up a window pretty wide to allow these upper respiratory tract infections to take hold. But all of these studies, and a lot of studies done, you look at these and this beta glucan, stuff that's in our bottle, primes the immune cells before these stress-induced immunosuppressive windows open. And I'm not going to say it's completely closes, but what it does do, again, the reduction of episodes, the reduction in severity, the reduction of time. And again, I don't want to live on the antibiotics, the antivirals, the antifungal, all these things that come in. So whether it's physical stress or psychological stress, stress opens up the window of vulnerability. Glucan closes it. Okay, next slide. Again, I feel like I'm beating a snare drum. I can't beat it enough. Don't worry about these cytokine storm, willy-nilly people running around. They don't know what they're talking about. Don't worry about, our ingredient causing an autoimmune condition, but there are compounds out there that you should not take every day, herbals and whatnot. Generally regarded as safe, over 20,000 studies, 90-day loading with Fuller and his team showing, proving these things. Remember, trained immunity means we're making the immune cells ready for whatever shows up. It doesn't mean that we've activated them. Okay, so we're not going to light a fire of a freight train and have it running over a cliff. No, no, no. Prime does not mean chronically activated. Next slide. So I'm going to give you 4 things to look at when you choose, if you want to, or stick around here and get the one that you need to come get the purity data and find out if the purity data is something that's being done by a third party. There was a company years ago that was supposedly producing something that a second grade school teacher invented, and all they did was rent a house down the street and made up a whole bunch of studies. They were, talked about on TV and everything, but they're still in Walmart, Kmart, selling hand over fist today because people ask about the source. Is it coming from mushroom? Is it coming from grain? Is it coming from a cocktail? They got a list of things that are, more like a list of candy. Look at independent comparisons. Dare they do head-to-head comparisons with other material, or they just have their own self-reported C of A's with a bunch of marketing claims. And don't be fooled by milligrams. Again, taking 100 milligrams of our product may very well give you more immunological immune response than a bottle full of another company's product. Ask the right questions. Protect yourself. You work too hard for your money to be going out there and buying products that are not going to deliver what you hope to. We got another slide?
No, it's just me, AJ.
It's just us, buddy. Just us. Well, I had to double up to catch up when I should have looked at my watch. I apologize for taking as
No,
much time.
you're good. People are sticking around. This is great information. Thank you so much. The questions that came in were absolutely fantastic. We got a huge pile of those, and so now it is time for your favorite time, the Q&A. And shout out to Dr. Edmond. He looked like he was asking a lot of great questions in the chat, and so we're going to talk about everything in that Q&A, from the autoimmune to combination of products to some specific things around safety to how does it compare to others. So I'm really, really excited to get into the Q&A. But first, before we go into that live Q&A with AJ, we've got a very special offer for you. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the offer. Continue to drop your questions in here. We're going to stay on for a while and answer all of your questions. And we're going to have this slide up as a screen so you can take advantage of this offer anytime during this live webinar. And we've got it available for 48 hours. So we will send out links as well to your email, to your text, and you can take advantage of it right now by visiting betterwayhealth.com/AJ. You can scan that QR code that you see on the screen, or you can go directly to that link. And then the ACEs, I know, will be putting that link as well in the chat for people. You can just ask for it. Hey, where's the link? It'll pop up in the chat. You can click on it and go visit that, because we got a really special offer for you. We are offering up to 53% off to the people that are as a reward for those who are here wanting to learn more about the product. They're wanting to learn more about what makes this product unique, what makes this product valuable, and what makes it the purest and most biologically active product on the market. And so up to 53% off on that special link, betterwayhealth.com/AJ, off of our retail prices. And we offer the biggest discounts, of course, when you subscribe. So when you subscribe, you are making a commitment to the immune system and increasing that immune response. The product just gets better and better over time as you take it, because your immune system will get better and better and become, as AJ talked about, you're going to get that trained immunity benefit. And so when you subscribe, you will get the biggest discount. And you can call us. Yes, you can call us to take advantage of this as well. We've got our phone number on the website. We are real humans and love to talk to our customers. And so you can call, you can text, you can email support@betterwayhealth.com. You can take advantage of this. We actually like talking to our customers, which I know is getting more and more rare in today's e-commerce world. Now, AJ talked a lot about the technical, things with our product, but I do want to just say there's, some other things. Of course, it is non-GMO. It is vegan. This product is safe beyond belief with all the studies that have been done on the safety of this. We like to make the joke around here. The only way you can hurt someone with the product is if you take the bottle, throw it at them, or get maybe a pro pitcher to throw it at them and hit them in the eye, or maybe they're walking through the warehouse and a pallet drops on them. Every other thing you can imagine, the product is very, very safe. So you're going to get really big discounts when you take advantage of this offer. We encourage you to subscribe. And when you subscribe, we've got some very special bonuses for you. Number one, we're going to lock in that lifetime discount. So when you get that price that you get today, we are not going up on you like a lot of other companies will. Everybody else's subscriptions seem to be, creeping up. But when you come in with this discount, you are locked in for as long as you keep that subscription active. We also, bonus number two, have flexible deliveries. So you can customize this around, we'll talk about dosage here a little bit in the Q&A, but around your dosage. If you want one capsule or two capsules a day, or you need two bottles for you and your husband, or you want to get something for your kids, whatever that case may be, we can help you build the perfect delivery schedule for you. And we are one of those companies that actually will also text you and email you and let you know what delivery is upcoming. So we're not one of those ones that's going to sneak in and just say, hey, boom, your credit card's charged and, here's the product. We will let you know when that is upcoming, so you can, hey, bump it back a couple of days, or, say, I need it sooner. You can ship it right away. We want to work with you. We want to get you the best product with the best customer experience. You will also receive a personal welcome call from our ACEs. We're very passionate about education. As you can see, we do webinars like this with experts and doctors and our formulator like AJ almost every single week. We're really, really passionate about education. We really want you to get educated on not only this product, but your health. And we care about people. And so when you get this product and when you subscribe to it, you will get a personal welcome call from our ACEs, as we call them, our customer service team. We call them ACEs, which stands for Amazing Customer Experience Specialists. And you will, of course, get our 5-star customer support. Our customer service team now has over 10,000 5-star reviews, award-winning customer service. Just cannot say enough great things about them. We are here to serve at all times. And then we also offer for subscribers free shipping, and you're going to get invites to all the exclusive webinar training like this. So you want to take advantage of that sale. We've got, this is something really special, AJ, about today's, is we've got the 500 milligram and the 100 milligram, both on sale for this webinar. So if you're a healthy person, you're going to want to jump on that 100 milligram 100 milligram product, or if you need the extra immune support, if you want or need the maximum immune support for whatever it is that you're going through right now, you're going to want that 500 milligram product. So we've actually got offers on both of those on that page. You can visit betterwayhealth.com/AJ to get that discount for the next 48 hours. You can scan the QR code. It is available. It will get posted in Zoom here. And thank you, Robin. I'm looking at the chat. She said the customer service is the best. I agree. Love, love, love the customer service. Thank you, Tina. Best product, best company. She's been on auto ship for years. Thank you so much, Robin. So without further ado, this will stay up on the screen. If we can go to the next slide with the Q&A. It is time. It is time for questions. AJ, that was fantastic. And so a ton of questions came in. Let's start
Let me
with,
tell you, I just saw one that caught my eye.
talk to me.
60-pound hound dog. What to do? Empty stomach, not empty stomach. Simple as a two-piece puzzle. Take advantage of the 100.
Yep.
I don't know what kind of dog you got. I was raised on a farm. We had at any one time 40 or 50 I'll just call them dogs. We had a couple of coon hounds, had a bunch of beagles, and then a bunch of stuff that there wasn't any DNA testing back then, no telling what they were. But anything you held out, it was boom, and it was gone. Dogs are not going to taste. If you've got a finicky dog, if you've got what we call an inside dog, just kind of scrape your finger. Don't put a glob, just kind of scrape your finger of peanut butter. And the dog is going to smell that, and just, be careful, don't dip but simple as a two-piece puzzle to give to your dog. And a dog that size, 100 milligram would be just fine. I didn't touch on it. I was going to get Reggie. Reggie, you can, dance around this a little bit about the, and I don't do a lot of anecdotals, but we've had some serious, serious anecdotals, particularly lately. 7 continents, 7 days, right?
That's right.
Touch on that just for a minute, because I hit on the thing about the stress. And I heard that girl and her husband, her trainer, give their story about this, and it just, it made me ache just to, to think of it. But to think they can get to that. How would they get to that story?
Yeah, maybe one of the aces could jump in, and it's on YouTube. We've got that story on YouTube. This was a webinar.
That is such a powerful one.
Mhm.
And then the fact, we get so many questions about, is it safe, for pregnant women? Well, my daughter's had 2. You've got how many kids now, Reggie, that are under 15 years old?
We have 6. My wife and I have 6, and
There you go. Dr. Z is up
Mhm.
1 right so far, right?
He's got 7, but we're going to catch up.
So I don't believe the beta glucan is the cause of this issue, but it's certainly not putting a dent in the progress.
Well, AJ, a couple months ago, you actually sent me a fertility study on beta glucan with resveratrol, which is one of the questions.
This is where, let me tell you, the research has exploded. When I started, I think there was like 700 or 800 total studies. If you went to PubMed, and there's over 200,000 studies. Now, a lot of the studies aren't really on point with our ingredient, but the science is rapidly catching up. Where nature, again, I didn't choose this. I did not choose this ingredient. The immune system already knew about it, and I simply kept asking the immune system, what about this? What about this? What about this? So we've looked at marrying beta glucan with resveratrol. We've looked at marrying it with selenium. We've looked at marrying it with vitamin C. All of these, the beta glucan way up here, but when you marry the two, you get just a little bit more bump, and you get the benefit of that ingredient from its standalone position as well.
Yep, and then we actually had that question come in, AJ. So we'll save that one, for that time. But great one. Let me touch on the Great World Race real quick that you mentioned with Dr. Ryan and his wife Natalia, because we did post that YouTube link there in the chat. You can find it. That was an incredible honor to partner with them. So Dr. Ryan Lazarus is a well-known doc out in California. He works with a lot of pro athletes, and he helps them, get ready for things, and a lot of high performance people. His wife, Natalia, I believe she was 46. We sponsored her to run the Great World Race, which is 7 continents, 7 marathons on 7 different continents in 7 days. So she literally started out running a marathon in Antarctica. That was the plan, to run it in Antarctica, then hop on a plane and fly to South Africa, then hop on a plane and fly, and went around the world and ran 7 of them. Now, the crazy part of her story when you watch it is, like, last minute, they're like, oop, can't get into Antarctica because of weather, and we're going to have to run this one first. And so when she tells her story of how, what happened with her legs, what happened with the weather, imagine I think they said something like 15 different time zone changes, and the stress that put on the body. She ran it with 60 people total in her group, and she's the only one that didn't get sick. She was loaded up on beta glucan before, she was taking it during, and after, and we've got the research, that shows what happens to these upper respiratory tract infections. with beta glucan, the reduction that it causes. But it was just an absolutely incredible story of perseverance and the way that she finished that race. I mean, it was very inspiring. And AJ, jumped in. I know to the Q&A at the end of that one. And I remember your comment was, I thought I was tough. I played semi-pro football and I'd done this and I'd done that, and I thought I was tough. But man, when you see what Natalia put her, went through, and to finish those 7 marathons, it was incredible. So that's a bonus for everybody, to make sure you jump in and watch that video of the Great World Race. But the research is, very vast, as you mentioned. But AJ, we will jump in and I'll just kind of feed you some questions if you don't mind.
Sure, let's do it.
And first question that I've got personally from this is, what is a fax machine? I'm
Yeah,
just kidding. I'm kidding.
I knew when I used that that I was probably shooting a different age group.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I was actually came up in a time when you had a physical box that had a dial on it and a cord, and when you picked up the phone, there might be three or four other people sharing what we called a party line.
Hmm.
And then later on, they came up with an answering machine, which was a second box sitting next to your telephone. And on the third ring, it would answer with a little tape that would play a tape, and then you'd leave it. And then after a while, they had a thing where you could run a piece of paper through it, and a person way down the road would have a fax machine, and that paper would come out of that side, and they could see what you sent. It was magic. It was magic. Today, you just hit a button on your telephone, and you would be anywhere in the world. It's I've
All
seen
right.
a lot.
Well, let's start out with these questions came in earlier, and you touched on them during the presentation, but a lot of questions around autoimmune. So one, if you can bundle these together, but is it, safe to take with the beta glucan if you've got an autoimmune condition already? We know it won't exasperate it, but is it safe if you've got an autoimmune condition? And if it's under control and CRP and sed rate are both down, can you take it? And if yes, how would you think about that dosage, AJ?
What I would say is, because there's so many different conditions out there, autoimmune, as I alluded to, is when the immune system, for whatever reason, gets confused. And there must be 80 going on 100 different autoimmune conditions that have been identified. We don't know the why. We know all there seems to be in the world about the symptomology, but we don't understand the why the immune system has, jumped in the ditch. But what we do know is that our ingredient will not cause an autoimmune disorder. Okay. And for decades, again, now 3 decades for me, I've had many people who would take the material with all kinds of different forms. Now, again, I don't like to rely upon anecdotal. What I would say would be to work with your medical doctor very carefully. If you have an autoimmune condition, or I would add, if you have a transplant, a graft, if you please, and you're actually taking medications to stunt or shut down the immune system, there's no evidence that our material is going to uh, affect that drug. To the contrary, the drug is going to affect the way the beta glucan works. So I would say, conditionally, get with your doctor. If your doctor doesn't understand, and that's going to be quite often, just have them reach out to me. They're not going to want to spend a lot of time on PubMed, even covering what, but I'm more than happy to set up a time to chit chat. The three of us get on the telephone and answer all the questions, because we understand the mechanism of action. We understand exactly how our ingredient works. We take for granted that the doctor knows exactly how his drug is going to work. And you're going to see that these are in different pathways. But what happens is when beta glucan is given and it binds to dectin 1 or it binds to CR3, it sets off a series of effects within the cell that then cause cytokines and lymphokines and chemokines to be secreted. And it could be that these downstream activities, even some within the immune cell themselves, get blunted. They get thwarted by the drug. So therefore, the series does not, it's like toppling dominoes. And if the drug is actually having an effect on one of those, then it would blunt what the beta glucan is doing. But the important thing is if you have a proper diagnosis, and in particular, if you're taking drugs, medications to shut down the immune response, you certainly need to be working very closely with your medical doctor or your team.
All right, AJ, let's talk about supplement combinations and interactions on that topic. So we got a lot of probably 10 questions on this. So can I take beta glucan with hydrogen water? Will it interfere with its effectiveness in any way?
I think any kind of water you want to drink, you can take it with White Lightning, Jack Daniels. You can take it with lemonade. The liquid I don't think is going to have any effect on the beta glucan. Again, I prefer that you not stick it in the middle of a solid pile of meat or a solid pile of whatever.
Yeah.
You can mix it in a smoothie. Okay. The hydrogen water, I don't know. I have no knowledge of anyone who has ever done a study on that. Maybe the hydrogen water people would like to set up a study, and I'll give them a couple of bottles and let them give it a whirl.
Yeah. What about taking it with other mushroom supplements, and how will it affect its efficacy?
All right. I like mushrooms on my steak. I like mushrooms in mushroom soup. I eat at Asian restaurants often, and I really like them. I've even eaten a mushroom burger before. Not my first choice, but I tell people if your goal is to get your immune system doing all that it can do, I compare it to you walking in your house and flipping on your light switch. Once you flipped on the light switch and all the lights are on, you don't need to keep hitting the switch. I would say, why would you need to embrace two different compounds when you know that the one is going to be the one all be all stop all? And I don't say that from a sales pitch standpoint. We have countless published medical journal articles. In fact, I just sent, 10 or 15 different compounds, I think 14, 15 compounds, half of which are mushroom. So we hope to be having something maybe by the end of this year, more research. But mushrooms today, mushrooms 10 years ago, 5 years, it's not going to change. There is no new mushroom. Okay. The molecular structure is different. Okay. When I talked about the 1316 structure, the 1,6 structures on mushrooms are shorter. They have, it's a different conformation. So that's one of the reasons why it doesn't do what the particulate from our beta glucan does. And there are probably several other reasons, but that's two right there.
Great. And saw several questions coming in during that, particularly mentioning Maitake Gold 404. Can you take it alongside of that Maitake Gold 404?
Well, I know that specifically because that's actually one of the better products out of mushrooms that we've tested over the years. And again, I don't know why you'd want to keep hitting the light switch.
Yeah.
Well, if you're taking our material and you get your immune response wherever that dose is taking you, you're not going to somehow get a bump. And it's pretty expensive to be putting on your steaks and making a soup out of it. That is not an inexpensive material. In fact, if you read the label, because a lot of companies will take the Miyataki 404 ingredient and put just a little bit of it into their cocktail, you're not getting that big a dose. Now, if you're getting Miyataki 404 and it's the true ingredient, you're not going to be saving any money either. I mean, there's just no reason, like I say, to keep hitting the switch.
All right. Well, then what about taking beta glucan with vitamin C and resveratrol? I heard they may work in synergy.
Well, you've heard correct. In fact, that was one of the things that I put together over a decade ago, and a lot of people have used that. And I happen to know a place where you might dial a number similar to the number that Better Way Health has, because I've heard that they've got some in their warehouse that contains not just any resveratrol, not just any vitamin C, not just any selenium we've added, but again, you've got the benefit of those materials, and they all have their own stories. If you compared any one of them to the beta glucan, there's no, but when you marry them together, you do get a bit of an immunological bump. And a lot of people, they want to cheat and eat. They want that extra little bump, and that is a great product. We have a lot of people that have been using that product for years, and just again, Dr. Vitka tested all of these. We didn't put them together just to, well, wouldn't it be a good idea if we just threw some stuff and mixed it together? You'd make a real sexy label. No. We don't do that. We have a reason for each and every. We only use standardized ingredients.
Yeah.
We just don't go out and buy the cheap resveratrol, the cheap selenium. We buy the material that we know from bottle to bottle, dose to dose, capsule to capsule, you're going to get the same thing over and over again. I cannot, if you were diabetic and you were taking insulin and you didn't know what a unit would do, but you're supposed to be taking 2 units or 3, whatever, but you didn't know from dose to dose if it was the same, you'd be in trouble in a hurry. We take that kind of care in everything that we do, not just the beta glucan, but if we have decided to marry, we have a good reason.
Yeah, we are, as many of you know, our company is focused on beta glucan. There has been an infinite amount of times where we've had opportunities to carry lots of other products and lots of other things, but we choose, as AJ does, to focus on the beta glucan product. Because even in that situation, with vitamin C and resveratrol, like, is it fair to say, AJ, the beta glucan is doing most of the heavy lifting? Those things do add a little bit of, bumps.
Well, we actually have the measurements of the beta glucan as a standalone, and the measurement of what I would refer to as the cocktail. The question comes up, looks like from Deb. The name of the product you'll be looking for is the 100 plus.
Mm-hmm.
The 100 plus. And it contains vitamin C, resveratrol, and selenium. Each one of those ingredients has their own story to tell.
Yeah. Amazing. And we got more questions coming in. Just keep on putting them in the chat as they come up. We're going to keep going here. Somebody wrote in, AJ, and said, I just tested very high for TH1 and TH2. My doc is worried. Did the beta glucan do this?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
They tested high for TH1 and TH2. Their doctors worried. Did the beta glucan do this?
Well, okay, TH1 and TH2 are actually should be in balance. So when you say something is high, that's really not clear. Now, somebody might say, "Oh, well, I had a high white blood cell count." Then I would say, "Well, which white blood cell? Maybe there's some sort of an infection going on." That would be my knee-jerk reaction. But TH1 and TH2, these are like your helper cells. Okay, those are your two-star generals that work under the T4, which are your four-star generals. Your TH2 helps to regulate that acquired side of the immune system. The TH1 is going to be regulating the side where you've got the direct killers. Antibodies don't do a good job actually direct killing. They do a good job of sticking to subjects, but where you've got natural killer cells, you've got other types where the cell itself is doing the killing. TH1 regulates that. So when somebody says they're both high, I need more information.
Okay. Um, all right, we're gonna jump over AJ to the dosage and usage questions. But before we do that, I saw Peggy asked a couple times in the chat just to answer her. The product is gluten-free. There's no,
Yep, they
there's no,
both start off with GLU though.
yes,
That's
words
the
are
only similarity.
similar, but no gluten. So
Very common question.
no worries. All right. Is there a best time to take BWH 85 beta glucan? Morning, evening, with food, without food, all at once, spread out?
More times than not, I have recommended just put it by your nightstand with a 4 ounces of water, and when your feet hit the floor in the morning, you take it. Again, best if taken on an empty stomach. And by the time you stumble around and you get whatever eggs cooked or bologna sandwich, whatever you're going to have for breakfast, 30 minutes has passed. And for most people, 20 to 30 minutes, the transit time, you're down where you need to be. Now, let's say you forget. Okay, go ahead and have your meal, and then maybe 20 or 30 minutes before your lunch, or 20 to 30 minutes before you have your time of day is really moot. Why? We've done so many dose studies. We know that when you take a single dose, never taken it before, it takes about 72 hours for that single dose to have its peak of effect. And then over a period of a week, week and a half, you slowly drift back down to baseline. Now, you haven't turned on trim yet, but for that shorter period of time, you were on that brief roller coaster. So, time of day, not important because it takes a dose, any dose, that particular dose, 72 hours to peak. So, morning, night, noon,
Yeah.
again, basic, best if taken. And put it in your coffee, put it in your tea, put whatever, just take it. Dr. Vetvika, he's not a physician, he's a PhD. He's or if I don't believe there's anybody that knows more about beta glucan in immunology. He's published over 200 peer-reviewed studies. He says everybody needs to take a little bit of beta glucan every day. It's not going to hurt them. It's going to help them. That's his dose. That's his dosage advice. Everybody needs to take a little bit of this stuff every day. It's going to help them. It's not going to hurt them. He knows what he's talking about.
I'd also like to do a little brag here. Dr. Vedvika, probably leading researcher in the world on beta glucan, and who you mentioned earlier, Michael Cato, probably the leading engineer in the world who understands beta glucan, both take our product every day. So those are it's like we got Michael Jordan and we got LeBron James, both on the team in the beta glucan world. So
Interesting story about that issue. His wife Yana, beautiful young lady. She tries to come over once a year to visit some of their friends since Dr. Vetvika is recently retired, and she visits her friends in Louisville. And he says, "Hey, make sure when Yana comes back, she has plenty of your bottles of beta glucan with her."
Yeah. Yeah.
He uses it. Every time he's had a dog, his dog uses it. Yana, of course, uh, he's a product of the product. Michael, same way. His whole family. Uh, it's not about a sales pitch. They know what time it is relative to this material, and they know what it means to get the juice for the squeeze out of your immune system.
Yeah. Yeah. With Michael, there's very few guys in the world that could probably legitimately say, I'll just make my own beta glucan. But he could do it. And calls me and tells me I'm taking AJ's product because I know it's the best one out there. So follow up to your dosage question, AJ. Who in the world is eating bologna sandwiches for breakfast?
If you put a little bit of bologna in a frying pan
I'm
and
just kidding.
just flip it over, a little bit of mayonnaise on white bread, man, it'll cure what's wrong with you.
Okay. All right.
Too many to talk about.
Let's talk about, if you've got somebody asked, they said, I take 200 milligram capsules daily. If I get sick, how much should I take? So you do such a good job of explaining, hey, if you got a 500 to keep it in the cabinet, and when to take and up your dosage versus if you're taking a 100s on a daily basis. So how do you think about those two different products, and when should you take which one?
When I first meet someone in person, over the phone, whatever, and they're asking me questions, first thing I ask them is, "Are you healthy?" And I qualify that. I'm not asking you, "Are you kind of pregnant?" Are you in fact healthy? You either are or you aren't. If you question, do you open up your medicine cabinet and there's nothing in there but a toothbrush, some floss, some hydrogen peroxide? But if you open up your medicine cabinet and you got all these pills and prescription drugs and over the counter stuff, you may not be healthy. So, what I've done, again, relying on Dr. Vetvika's research, 2 milligrams per kilo of body weight. Now, that's the same as a single 100 milligram for every 110 pounds of body weight. That's how it fleshes out. We know that a certain dose, no matter how much you take of our material, the dose curve is going to flatten out. You could take 10 times 100. Your immune response is not going to get any higher. So the lower dose that we recommend roughly takes your immune response wherever it is, and it's going to increase it by around 50%, roughly 50%. If you take the higher dose, which is 20 milligrams per kilo of body weight, or a 500 milligram for every 55 pounds of body weight, that's going to a little bit more than double your immune response. It's not straight linear there. You choose. You make up your mind, and you can't do this with other people's product. You can't get up in the morning and say, I want to take a dose that's going to improve my immune response by 48.8%. We know, give or take a couple of points, that's where it's going to be. You can't go and buy a product, mushroom. I saw AHCC. Yes, we've tested it specifically. We've got those studies in a peer-reviewed journal. You can't buy these products and tell what to take to get a certain immune response. This is not a Cheryl, I'm gonna fix you a fried bologna sandwich as soon as you and I can get together.
She said her father loved bologna sandwiches.
I'm telling you, man, it's bologna is not what it used to be. Neither is potted meat or Vienna sausages. I don't eat much of any of that anymore. But what I'm getting at is we tell you how to dose you figure out where you want your immune system to be.
Yep.
When I was in pharmacy school, they said, AJ, you're not supposed to diagnose and prescribe and give prognosis. And we won't let the medical doctors sell drugs. Well, I kept my promise. I don't try to prescribe. I don't try to diagnose and give prognosis, but I know what a particular dose will do. Now, if I take all the human research that's out there, dosing for those studies has ranged anywhere from like 20 something, maybe 25 milligrams up to, I think, 900, let's call it 1,000 milligrams. So that's the range that has been given in these different studies. You saw the Talbot study, it was 250 milligrams. Okay. A recent study, actually, that Reggie might want to touch on with
Yep.
anti-aging,
Yep.
1,000 milligrams, two 500s, tremendous numbers. That work continues with different systems, different organs, your brain, your bones, different things, actually showing that your aging might be arrested. You might not be getting old as fast using this ingredient. The dose used was two 500s. That is going to come out, what, by the summertime, Reggie?
It will. Yeah, we're looking at having that study actually published in May.
So I can give you all the recommendations in the world based upon what the literature says, but you know if you're healthy or not. You know if you've got a challenge. I can tell you that, speaking for myself now, not giving a prescription here, if I'm being treated for cancer and I'm doing chemo, radiation, surgery, whatever I'm doing, I want maximum immune response. That's me. So I'm going to probably take at least 1,000, maybe more, every day. Since Reggie, I get it at a good price, right? So I can afford maybe to take 1,500 milligrams, and it's not going to take any food off my family's table. But I realize people work hard for their money, and so people have to make. Yeah, you're right. Cheese and mayo is great. What kind of cheese?
Bologna sandwiches are taking over this chat,
I'm
AJ.
sorry.
And
I'm sorry. I started.
I got no problems with it for lunch. Your comment was bologna sandwiches for breakfast. That was my issue. But I love the chat. It's just going to be when we have the transcription going there and say what was this webinar about. It is going to be
Maybe
so
maybe
confusing.
what we can do is we can start with people that are going on auto-ship, so send them bologna recipes.
Yeah.
AJ's favorite bologna recipes.
Yeah. I'll touch on a couple of questions I saw here as well, like no issues with taking it with your matcha tea and drinking that, which is great. And then AJ, you mentioned the study that we're working on right now. Our beta glucan, this is what makes it really unique. We have now 27 studies that our product is used in or has been compared against other products with, or Dr. Vedvika, after he tested it all, found the best one, decided to use AJ's product in the rest of his research because he knows it's going to get the best results. 27 studies. It's really hard to find another supplement company that just has a single study, or yet alone two or three. It's rare. There's 27, and the research is continuing because we got another one that's going to be dropping this summer. We actually took 1,000 milligrams of beta glucan with 60 different patients, put them on that product for 12 weeks, and we were using what is called the True Diagnostic True Age Test to measure how old these people were inside. So that you got your chronological age, maybe you're 50 years old, but there's also this test will tell you your biological age. Maybe you're 50, but your body's 40, or maybe you're 50, but your body's 60. And so they can measure over 900,000 different markers with this test. It's incredible, just from a single drop of blood. And what they found from the people that took 1,000 milligrams for 12 weeks of this product is there was proven biological age reversal in 7 different systems. So what happens was we kind of turned back the clock on the liver, the brain, the metabolic, the blood, of course, the immune system, the musculoskeletal system, and huge decreases in inflammation as well. So we're showing with this new research really like how big of an impact the immune system has. It touches so many different systems in the body, the immune system does. You wouldn't necessarily think about, your blood being much healthier because of your immune system, but it happens. And the biggest one that was they pointed out were the reductions in depression and mood because of the brain health. Your brain's got immune system cells in it. AJ, doesn't your brain even have Dectin-1, which you talked about earlier, that it can bind to that Dectin-1? And we were able to reverse, on average, the brain health by 1.75 years in just 12 weeks on the product. And so we are so excited to get this research out in the study because it's showing how big of an impact this product has, but also how big of an impact the immune system has on all these different kinds of things.
You might want to put that link up if somebody's got that link, the ACEs that are dropping in for the True Diagnostics.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll drop that in there if anybody wants to take the test and measure where they're at. All right, let's move on with some more questions, AJ. You got some more time? You got another 5 or 10
Absolutely, brother. My rent's caught up. Let's do it.
All right, this is a common question we get. I'm going to be taking a chemo pill with radiation. Can I take beta-glucan with chemo and radiation?
Please start now. Please start now and don't miss a dose. It's again, not a treatment for cancer, not a cure for cancer. Use it as a strong adjunct. It is a great partner with whatever you're doing for standard of care, whatever you're doing with alternative and complementary, whatever you're doing, if you're doing a blend of these. This is, I mean, I use it, you're being quite prudent, okay, to embrace this product, as so many have. I mean, I've met so many people that weren't supposed to be with us 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I'm still getting Christmas cards and I'm still meeting their children, in some cases, their grandchildren. And, it's a beautiful thing.
It doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, it's a reward that again, words cannot embrace.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. All right, we're getting a lot of questions too about people asking, does beta-glucan break a fast if they're doing intermittent fasting? The answer is no.
Yeah, it's a complex carbohydrate. That means you're taking in a little bit extra fiber. Okay, so it's not going to add, create a problem for your glucose or nothing like that.
Yeah. All right. So the chemo radiation question came in a couple different versions. I just want to drop in 2 additional resources for that. One, you can go on PubMed and type in beta-glucan, chemotherapy, and find a lot of research that's been done on beta-glucan with chemotherapy, even showing how the beta-glucan can even enhance that and make it more targeted. You can also go to betaglucan.com. If you go to betaglucan.com, there is an AI on there where you can ask it questions that's trained on all this research, and you can type in your question there, and it'll actually kind of break that down for you and give you links to the studies around some of the chemotherapy, because there were some specific questions. Well, what if I'm on, this specific medication or this specific medication for that, or have this type of surgery? For those cases, the beta-glucan is going to
be. Chemo and radiation are going to put a tremendous, we talk about stress. You are putting a lot of stress on your immune system. Many cases, you are crashing your white blood cells. The shame of it is when those white blood cells, that is your immune army, gets down so low, they have to discontinue your therapy. Yeah. Well, guess what? The cancer cells now have nothing. They run amok while, you have no defense. Studies with chemo, radiation, and so forth, and all the anecdotals over the years show that the white blood cell count stays firm. And so don't wait until after you start. You know now, get your product, get it started. I've had people over the years have a neighbor, a family member, somebody at church, somebody at work. They heard that they were getting ready to start chemotherapy next Monday. They'd actually take their bottle, their partially used bottle, over to those people so that they could get started. Because again, roughly 72 hours before your immune response gets up based upon that dose. I tell you, people that have been using this product, they're gonna knock off liquor stores to keep getting, keep getting this product. They know, they understand. Uh, I've
And
had one person called me so many years ago. It's funny. His daughter, she was a big bone girl, and she had acne. He said, "Well, this stuff help acne." I said, "Well, that's a bacterial infection, and as my mom would say, get you a good coarse washcloth, whatever, whatever." And so she was taking, I think 100 or maybe 200 milligrams a day. This goes back probably 20 years, and kept taking it, kept taking it, kept taking it. Her acne, slowly. Or maybe she outgrew it. I don't know. Going by what the dad said. And he called me up one day. He said, "AJ," he said, "my daughter has had plantar's warts for 5 or 6 years, and the doctors have frozen them, cut them, whatever. These things are just falling off now. Could that be the beta glucan?" I said, "No, it's the immune system. It's the immune system. You have trained, we now say we've trained, we've enabled, we've gotten that immune system, and now it sees that virus that caused those warts, and it's knocking them out.
Yep.
The wart can't survive."
AJ, your friend Cheryl, your bologna sandwich friend Cheryl said, "I first met AJ on a Chris Work video like 10 years ago, and you still look the same. I guess beta glucan does work."
I'm telling you what, baby, you need to get your eyes checked.
Well, you still got a
But
lot
bless
of
your
energy.
heart. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Chris is a real champ. I mean, he got in the game having no choice. He was in dire straits.
Yeah.
And he's been a big proponent and a great champion for not only his processes, which have helped so many people, but for our product. And having done a couple of different interviews with Chris, he is definitely a champion in his own right. So.
Well, AJ, I got a fun question for you because I know this one's got some backstory to it. What about Keytruda, immunotherapy, and beta glucans? Both being for immune, is that too much?
Oh boy. Okay. I told you that the immune system does not get pushed by our ingredient. The immune system gets enabled. Okay. Keytruda is a pharmaceutical. It is a form of immunotherapy. And what that Keytruda does, you have what are called checkpoint inhibitors. Now, what are those? When the immune system gets ready to turn loose its wrath, because its job is to surveil, identify, and destroy things that don't belong there, and remove it. It kills things, it blows things up like viruses, and in this particular case, cancer. So our body has stop signs. And they're referred to as checkpoints, where it said, "Look, we're going to ask you one more time before we open up a can of whoop ass." Can I say whoop ass on this show?
Beep.
Okay. Before we do that, we want to make absolutely sure that's what you want done. And if your immune system is working the way it's supposed to, green light, bada bing, bada boom, and is taken care of. cancers sometimes will hijack those checkpoints and put up the stop sign and cause the immune system to stand down, letting then the cancer grow, produce, the tumors, metastasis, all the bad things. So Keytruda is a drug that's designed to turn the light green. It works on, you've got PD-1 and PD-L1. One is on the cancer cell, one's on the immune cell. And so what it does is it activates that signal so it gives a green light again. Their competitor is Opdivo. It works on the other side of the equation. You got PD-1, PD-L1, and one Keytruda versus Opdivo. And they are not inexpensive. I know when Keytruda first came out, one of their poster boys was the late President Jimmy Carter. And he was, their big anecdotal. And we actually have some experience with that very ingredient in mouse studies. And based on the mouse studies, which, by the way, cost a lot because they made us pay full price for the Keytruda, and turned out very, very well. And so someone who is taking any form of immunotherapy, whether it be Keytruda, Opdivo, other like immunotherapies, I would say, again, very prudent to be using this material alongside.
AJ, what about does beta glucan have any effect on parasites? I've heard that cancer is caused by parasites.
Well, the short answer is yes. Parasites are things that don't belong there.
Yeah.
And again, if you fry that bologna correctly, it won't have any parasites in it. You sushi lovers, depends on where they caught the fish. So yes, in fact, I've got a great little video that I show in our different events of immune cells coming by the hundreds, by the thousands, attacking this wiggling worm. The immune system does not win by fighting fair one-on-one with a parasite. You want the masses coming. And you also involve other immune cells, things like eosinophils and some other cells that are, gosh, they're a little bit like blunderbuss cannons because it takes a lot to blow a hole in the side of certain parasites. So absolutely, parasites are or should be in the crosshairs of your immune system. If not, your immune system has failed you. And I would say the same thing with cancer, people that heal slowly or don't heal completely, people that prematurely age, as we like to say down south, been rode hard and put up wet. All of these are signals that tell us that your immune system is failing you or has failed you. And so you need to get busy. You need to get busy and get that immune system where it needs to be.
AJ,
You can take it with thyroid medication. I've got low thyroid. I'm not treated for it. So all this weight that you see, that's water weight. That's what my mom used to say. She had low thyroid. It's a genetic thing. But yeah, see Herceptin for HER2 positive breast cancer, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, monoclonal antibodies, the list goes on and on. All of these are forms of immunotherapy. Get your beta glucan. Know you're not healthy, so use the 500s. I would say adults, definitely 500 to 1,000, maybe more. So, yeah, I'm just kind of seeing as some of the things.
Yeah.
Rheumatoid arthritis, that's one. I had a young fellow that was, of all things, he was a pet groomer. You can imagine working with dogs, trying to bathe them and trim them all. Peter was his name. He was so, I mean, his hands were mangled and he, just is such bad shape with rheumatoid arthritis. Now I'll tell you something else he did. He had his silver fillings, of course, a lot of mercury. Took a lot of things to get the mercury out of his body. One of my first professionals, Dr. John L. Tate, a dentist, introduced me to Peter and a lot of other folks. And in about a year and a half, Peter, next time I saw him in a steakhouse, he was walking across, like anybody's business, carrying his platter. Before, he had to hold a bottle under his arm to try to twist the top off. Now, again, I give that to you as, because I've seen so many people. I'm not worried about the product because rheumatoid is an autoimmune disorder. He was working very closely with his medical doctor, who, by the way, applauded the use of the product and checked his blood on a regular basis. And back then they had SED rate. Now they got all kinds of C-reactive protein, all kinds of things that they can check to see. But see, these autoimmune disorders, you see ebb and flow of those symptoms if you don't do anything. You see ebb and flow of these conditions if you do everything. If you throw the kitchen sink. Again, we don't know why, but we know that if we improve our diet, we reduce stress, drink plenty of water, say your prayers, cover all the bases. You can't do more than that. And this can definitely be part of that process.
All right, AJ, I know it's getting late. I'm going to ask you one more question, then we can wrap it up. Then we've got a really great presentation after this for those that do want to stick around because there's still a bunch of people on. But loved this question that came in because it covers so many different things. Somebody said, I work in a hospital. Can I take the beta glucan to help prevent infections like viral, bacteria, etc.?
You working in a dangerous place. I mean, they got bugs that they don't stop for anything, including a loaded weapon. Those bugs are tough. You got things like RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, all these other things that maybe the rest of us would never worry about that. But you've got the misuse, the overuse of antibiotics. So you got all those antibiotic resistant bacteria that you're up against all the time. It's a dangerous, dangerous place. You're talking about walking into the lion's den. There you go. And the lions have not been fed, by the way. So you definitely need to be using this product. And I would say probably a little bit more than 100 milligrams a day, depending on body weight. You might want to use maybe by the 500s, take one a day, assuming you're a healthy person, because you are in harm's way every time you open a door. So,
well, AJ, thank you so much. It is always so fun to have you on. Always so fun to get in with all these questions.
This is my favorite part right here.
There's nobody else, that has all this knowledge.
This is better than bologna sandwiches.
So I appreciate it. I want everybody, thank you everyone who stuck around with us. Hope you all have an amazing night. We've got a video that we're going to play for you after this that we put together over the years. That is an amazing collection of doctors talking about this product. For anybody that's got more questions or wants to go deeper, it will play right after we sign off here. And we put it together and a lot of people, there'll still be sometimes hundreds of people that stay on and watch this whole video because it's so well done. You're going to hear testimonials from people. You're going to hear about clinical research from doctors. You're going to see a lot of information, mashed up that we've done. So for those that want to stick around and learn more, leave your phone on or leave the computer on and listen to it or watch it. But AJ, you're the man. Love you, man. And thank you. Let's do it again next month.
Please.
All right. Everyone have a great night.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's Dr. Jill Carnahan. I am so excited to be here with Better Way Health to talk to you just a little bit about the power of beta glucans. I want to explore today some of the most exciting frontiers in longevity and immune science, especially how beta glucans can train your immune system for more resilience and healthier aging. For years, we talked about the heart, the brain, the metabolism, and all the many things that play into longevity in anti-aging medicine. But now the conversation is changing. I recently presented at the Global Longevity Summit in Geneva, Switzerland, and we talked about immune resilience. The immune system is now recognized as one of the most powerful predictors of how we age, how resilient we are, and how long that we live. Groundbreaking studies like that in Aging Cell, the research from UT Health San Antonio shows that people with high immune resilience have a 69% lower risk of death and a biological age up to 15 years younger than their peers. But here's the challenge. As we age, our immune system naturally declines, a process known as immunosenescence. It drives this thing we call inflammatory aging. You may have heard of it, the silent inflammation behind every chronic disease. The good news? Science has now discovered something called trained immunity. We now know that our innate immune system, once thought as untrainable, can actually learn and adapt. And one of the best studies, natural activators of this process of trained immunity, guess who? It's beta-glucan, the hero of the show. Beta-glucans are polysaccharides found in the cell walls of Baker's yeast. They bind directly to the immune receptors Dectin-1 and complement receptor 3, awakening macrophages and natural killer cells. They enhance surveillance and improve balance across your immune system. Dozens of clinical trials show the beta-glucan supports lower infection rates, better wound healing, improved stress resilience, healthier inflammation balance, and this occurs even in adults over the age of 60. So just so excited to be here with Better Way Health tonight. Sorry I could be live, but I wanted to be sure and record a special session just describing to you how much I've really loved using beta-glucans in my clinical practice to improve immune resilience. It's actually as a core protocol of longevity and fighting infection and helping that innate immune system to be more trainable. I found it's protective. It helps restore, repair, and improve immune balance. And it does all of this without overstimulating the immune system. It's a really powerful molecule that can actually calm autoimmunity down at the same time as strengthening the innate immune system response to things like infections. So if you're ready to build lifelong resilience and improve your longevity and performance, beta-glucan should be at the core, whether you're a doctor using these in clinical practice or you're a patient just wanting to enhance your own immune system. There's nothing better. And I really enjoyed partnering with Better Way Health just due to the integrity of the company and the absolute quality of their product. It works. It's what I use in clinical practice. And I hope you'll enjoy the rest of this webinar. And thanks for saying hi to me tonight.
All right. Thank you to Dr. Jill Carnahan. You know what I love, Reggie, is I love the deep dive into science, and we'll get some of that tonight too. But when you hear a practicing physician or clinician utilizing it, relying upon it, it doesn't happen if it doesn't work. And, you know, she's got a long track record as well of integrating it into her practice and helping her patient population. So always grateful to hear from someone like Dr. Jill.
We've got docs. We've got lots of great stories from real customers, real people. So the first one we're going to bring on, to share a little bit about her story is Courtney Campbell, and saw her pop in earlier. And so wondering, Courtney, hey, Courtney, you're there.
There she is, the anti-cancer mom.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome to this amazing Black Friday event. Thank you for being a part of it.
Thank you. I had all these permissions, of course, that I hadn't been prompted to before, So anyway, glad you can hear me.
Courtney is the anti-cancer mom for 17 years on beta-glucan. I mean, you don't have to mock up any excitement, and it's genuine. And I know people feel it, the authenticity of your experience. So anything you want to share here with us, or for those that are new to this and maybe checking it out for the first time?
Yeah, I've very much enjoyed seeing everyone's comments as I was listening to Dr. Jill. And yeah, I've been taking beta-glucan since I was diagnosed with cancer 17 years ago. with stage 2 Hodgkin's lymphoma. And it was the very first change I made in addition to a complete lifestyle and diet overhaul. And I mean, that's a whole other story that I write about every single day on my Instagram, in my Facebook pages. But yeah, it's been the one supplement I've stuck with the entire time. And I was on, I think, something like 72 capsules a day when I was going through cancer. And then the 2 capsules I still take every day are my beta glucan. Today, through 6 pregnancies, 6, nursing seasons of nursing babies. And I mean, there is a significant difference between, even within my own family, I'm the only person that takes it every day. And I'm kind of superpowered, and I don't know if that's motherhood or if that's just, or if it's the beta glucan, but maybe a little bit of both. But I definitely think that there's a difference in my health and the way I've aged. I found that interesting. Dr. Jill said that because that really wasn't a focal point for me at all for beta glucan, and that research is just recently coming out. But anyway, yeah, if you guys have any questions for me, I'm here to answer them. I'm actually here in my daughter's youth group at church in the parking lot. So that's why I have this
Nice.
fantastic professional background of my minivan.
Oh, we love it coming from the minivan, Courtney. And, let's just face it, you have a cancer diagnosis. Your first thought is, I want to live. You're not thinking about aging or inflammaging. And it's like now you are 17 years later, alive, well, looking so vital and youthful. And, with your kids as well. And I would just say, some people say, well, she just got lucky. I'm thinking, no, this is not luck. I mean, you may say answer to prayers. We all prayerful here, but you actually took action and put something into play that changed and transformed your life and the lives of perhaps millions of people around the world that hear your message. Have you heard anything from any one of those people over the years to say, I tried what you did and it really works?
Yeah, well, that bring up a great point that I forget about all the time, is just because it's been so long, you forget how intentional you have to be when you're healing. You can't just dabble, right? You got to go all in. And yes, I've heard stories from people who have actually followed my exact protocol and are in remission. I use the Bill Henderson, I call it the Bill Henderson protocol. Bill Henderson never called it the Bill Henderson protocol. I think I kind of like coined that. But his book Cancer Free: Your Guide to Gentle Non-Toxic Healing was, I just followed the plan he laid out, which consists of the work of other great people, and the research of people like researchers, who looked into beta glucan and recognized its effects on the immune system. And especially for me, having a lymphoma, essentially an immune system cancer, it just made total sense. I feel like it should just be standard care. I always say, I'm like, standard care when you're diagnosed with cancer should be 3 months of pre-cancer prep, where you are put on beta glucan, you're put on intentional, supplements, and you should be put on a plant-based diet or whatever diet, your doctor, it's good for you, because there's all kinds of different ideas nowadays, but I still believe the plant-based diet is superior with, for me, with the Budwig cottage cheese flaxseed oil. But anyway, I could go on, but yeah, beta glucan being, like I said, the first supplement, and in Better Way Health, the first company. I was telling this story with Reggie the other day of how I called your phone number and said, I have cancer and I just was diagnosed. I was an absolute mess. My husband has this crazy idea that we're going to say no to the oncologist and try this natural healing, no, I don't think it went like that. I think by that point I was calling because I was on board. But yeah, it was initially my husband's really divine impression that we were supposed to, delay any damage from chemo and try 3 months of intentional monitoring and holistic a holistic approach. So
Yeah, well, that's why you become known as anti-cancer mom, and in a way that inspires people to be courageous in their view of the future, because there's so much negativity associated with many of these diagnoses, so much fear, and fear only makes the immune system depressed. And you are uplifting, you're smiling, you've lived through a lot to get to this point. And I'm grateful that you connected with the Reggie and the gang here at Better Way Health to get on the beta glucan. I was just thinking over my right shoulder here. I usually have some beta glucan, but today it's like my wife and my daughter would grab the bottles I had because my daughter was feeling a little under the weather. She knows immediately. And I'm thinking about your kids. They're growing up knowing this stuff. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's that time of year that, everyone's like, hey, mom, where's your beta glucan? You're right. It's that time of year. And I tell them, it's because you have to teach the type of self-control that comes for caring for yourself naturally. And I guess I just thought my kids seeing it all these years, that they would just do it, but they don't, they don't want to swallow the capsule, or they don't, we have the gummies. Thank goodness they do have Immune Ready Kids beta glucan supplement, which I'm not sure if Reggie will talk about that tonight, but that is another product that Better Way Health has. And you really do have to teach your children, and they will follow in your footsteps, and you model it, and then you teach it again, and then you do it again and again and again. And your husband too.
Well, that's how it starts. Honestly, you become an example for your kids. They see how you live. My kids started with the gummies all those years ago. And obviously when they get old enough, they're swallowing the capsules like it's nothing. And, staying away from, the toxicological burdens of a system of medicine that poisons us for profit. Now, I've never said there's never a place for those things, but if you don't find a need for them, you're better off. My kids are way better off not having been through what I went through as a kid, always on medicines and drugs and antibiotics. So to raise them differently and have, the Better Way Health beta glucan being a critical part of it, I'm just, like I said, I'm inspired every time I see another parent such as yourself that has not only overcome those challenges, but now are helping the next generation to not go down that road.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, something you just said spurred a memory. I have one time talking to you, and you grew up in Georgia in Stone Mountain, right, or somewhere
That's
near
right.
there.
Yes.
Yeah, and we live in the Atlanta area. Better Way Health's in the Atlanta area, and I was just thinking, how much the Atlanta medicine terrain has changed in the last 17 years since I was diagnosed, where you couldn't find a holistic doctor at all. And nowadays, there's people ask me all the time, well, which one should I see? It's really changing. People are recognizing that and going back to my cancer story, it's like, and anybody who's diagnosed with cancer, it's like you have more control in your hands than you are told. Your doctors will not tell you that. But you look at stories like mine and hundreds of others, that you can see, and especially in the holistic cancer space, people that are trying it, they're doing like I did, where they're trying, a little bit, before they go into the hardcore stuff, if, just see, well, can I improve my condition? And, of course, beta glucan being an easy addition to that, it's probably the easiest part of my cancer protocol was taking beta glucan.
Well, yes,
the
you're right.
hardest part was maybe waiting 30 minutes to eat something. But
yes. Well, no, and you've gotten disciplined at that. That's no problem. Now we're going to have some legends all over this evening, including another Atlanta legend. In a little bit, we'll have Dr. Rhett Berger on from the Atlanta area as well, a physician utilizing this. So yeah, you're right. It's expanded and exploded in a good way. And I'm grateful. Now, for those of you who don't have docs in your area, it doesn't mean you're out of luck, so to speak, because we have access to this thanks to the Better Way Health team and some of the best. Well, the aces are the best, man. I keep bragging about them on my shows. Like anybody that calls them up, they rave. So we'll hear from them as well, Reggie. And Courtney, you are awesome. It's so good to see you. And the stories keep coming. I got to get you back on my show to share some of those journeys as well.
Yeah, I love that. I'm launching my own anti-cancer mom community tomorrow, so I'll have plenty of more stories hearing from other people's experiences than just mine. So
fantastic. Reggie, you're back.
I'm back. Yeah. And Courtney, thank you so much. I just want to give a shout out to you, everybody. If you're not following Courtney online on Instagram at Anti-Cancer Mom, you need to be. Now at this point, what do you got? 400,000 followers, Courtney? And I think
400, and 200,000 on Facebook today.
Okay, so congratulations, you hit
Thank
200,000.
you. It's so crazy, and I feel blessed.
And the reason is just Courtney is your story is so relatable. You're so practical. You are so real, and you just share such great practical advice for everybody. And so thank you for that. Thank you for making the time for us. I know that you're in the minivan, with your waiting on your kids, and that's the mom life, right? And
Yeah,
you're
it's
doing both simultaneously. So thank you so much for your time. We will definitely have you back on something else soon. So adios.
Bye,
Thanks
Thanks,
for
guys.
Reggie.
stopping by.
Great to
Hi,
see you.
Courtney. And next, we are going to have another one of our customer stories, Abby.
There we
There we
go.
go. We're
All right,
rocking.
there's Abby. Welcome,
Perfect.
Abby.
Hello.
So what the heck got you connected to Better Way Health and Beta Glucan?
Yeah, so I am 23 now, but 2 years ago when I was 21, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer and lymph involvement. And I just graduated college super young, and I just prayed a ton about it and felt like the Lord was saying, hey, there's other ways to heal than just conventional treatment. And especially being so young, I felt like, okay, I can do it a different way and be healthy and healed through it. And so I ended up going to an alternative cancer center in Tampa, Florida. I spent 8 weeks there, and one of the supplements they put me on was beta glucan, but they just had a very generic bottle. And then I was doing my research and was listening to, 100 different podcasts on cancer and how to fight cancer, and came across one that I can't even remember what one it was, but they were talking about beta glucan and specifically Better Way Health and how their quality is just way more advanced and better than any other companies. And so I switched over, started taking it. And then once I was healed and kind of in remission from all the cancer stuff. And then I have kind of started to just like grow my social media. And I was like, okay, I have all this knowledge. I want to tell other people about it. And so I started a course to become an integrative nutrition health coach. And so through all that, I decided to reach out to a couple of my favorite companies and just reach out and be like, hey, is there any partnerships, collaborations we can do? So I reached out to Better Way and got in contact with James. And yeah, that's kind of how I got started on the journey.
Well, the youth that's coming through tonight from all of everybody, I'll tell you what, this beta glucan is looking like something more than just an immune modulator. But of course, when you have a healthy immune system, you can stay young. And that's, part of that journey. And I love the light you're bringing and also the prayerful way you encountered it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I feel like now I've learned just so much more about it, because in the beginning I was just taking whatever. I was like, whatever will heal me. But now just like learning the science behind it, I'm like, okay, no, this is actually super powerful.
How have you taken that message out into the world now? You've described trying to help others by learning what you've learned rather than just keeping it a secret to yourself.
Yeah, so I would say I'm definitely the friend that everyone goes to for any health advice. And so even earlier today, I had a friend call me and she's like, I'm sick. I think I might have the flu. What do I do? I don't want to take antibiotics. And so I sent her my little regimen. But yeah, I would say definitely through just like talking with people. And then I'll finish my course in January. So I'm hoping to start my own business then to be able to really help people heal and just share my knowledge.
So you're finding that your peer groups, your friends are actually opened up and interested in more natural ways to care for their health and their immune system?
Yeah, I feel like for sure. I feel like a lot of my family specifically, like we grew up very conventional. You listen to the doctor, what the doctor says is, how it goes. But even some of my family has started to like come around to it, which has been really cool. But yeah, even my peers, like everyone is, I feel like finally getting on the wave of, okay, natural healing. Our bodies know how to heal. God designed them that way. We just have to give them the right tools to do that.
Okay, Abby. So you're at ABS Good Health. I see that. Is that an Instagram handle?
Yes, that's my Instagram handle. I do have TikTok, but I just don't really keep too up to date on that one. But Instagram is where you find me.
That's okay. I don't even understand TikTok. I like the
Yeah.
Instagram thingy. But yeah, you can find me at AskRSB. And Abby, we'll need to connect. I'll get you on my show as well. I love
Yes, let's do
Reggie.
it.
I'm having a blast meeting people I haven't met yet already on this and having great stories from the young people that are out there. Yay.
So, Abby, thank you so much for sharing your story with us and giving us the time tonight, trusting us, and recommending. And so we just want everybody So go follow Abby on Instagram, right? At Abs Good Health. You can see it there in her lower thirds on the Zoom screen there to get advice. And thank you for what you're doing. Keep.
Yes, thank you guys so much. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
I'm doing it right now. Every time I find somebody else new on here, I'm going to find them and connect on there. This is fun.
There we go. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for stopping by, Abby. Next up, we're going to have our ACEs team, our in-house ACEs team. This is something that we've been doing. The last few years, we've been doing a Better Way Health Day for our team and inviting everybody in because a lot of us are remote and we work all over. So inviting people in and sharing just some of what we call internally our customer wow stories. Some of the stories we get to hear every single day that make us go wow. And these are really the stories that are like the fuel that keep this team going and fill us up. And so the wow stories come in every single day. They're amazing. And we just wanted to take that experience and share it with our customers too. Like, why should we keep all this information, in-house? Let's give some encouragement to the customers. And so we've got Michelle, we've got Charlene, we've got Zach from the ACEs team that are going to come in and share some of their favorite wow stories. So Michelle, you are incredible. You get mentioned all over the place with all the reviews of people saying how much they love you and how much they come in and talk to you. And you're praying with some of the customers, and lifting them up. And you're always just so encouraging. So, Michelle, welcome to the internet.
Yay.
And tell
Happy
us.
to be here.
Yeah, tell us.
Tell us. Okay, so one thing we do as part of being an ACE is we make welcome calls to our new customers where we actually call up a new customer and we just introduce ourselves and we ask them how they found us, if they have any questions about the product. And it's just something that we do with every customer because we like to meet our customers. So I'm going to share a story about a customer who I met, let's just say a couple weeks ago. And I called her, her name is Sharon, and I called her up and I said, hey, this is Michelle from Better Way Health. I said, how are you doing? And I said, how did you find out about Better Way Health? And she said that, this is just a great story. She said that her daughter had gone has a personal trainer and they live in Beverly Hills. And her daughter had come home with a bottle of an immune supplement. I'm not going to say which one it was, not ours. And so Sharon took the bottle and she was looking at it and she decided, she goes, I'm going to check this out. So she goes on to ChatGPT and she types in, is this the best immune supplement? Well, ChatGPT came back and said, no, Better Way Health has the best immune supplement. So that was like kind of exciting. So she immediately got on and she set up an account with us and she ordered for her son, for her husband, for her daughter. And I think they might even order some of the gummies for the kids. But that was our very first referral that I know of from ChatGPT. So it's really kind of a really fun experience.
That is awesome. It's like the ChatGPT even knows it. I thought it wasn't as smart as it is, but it's absolutely the smartest. It picked out the right immune supplement.
It is. I was pretty impressed. So I actually went on and tried it myself and it's like, yep, we're number one. It says we're the best. It's got to be true, right?
Yep. I'm just looking at some of the comments in there. Hi to my friend Bill Bevins out there watching and being part of this great episode, the 3-hour tour into the Black Friday deal to end all Black Friday deals. But we're going to keep on going because we got a lot to do, a lot to give away, a lot more stories to share. Michelle, that's awesome.
Thank you. You guys have a great night.
Thanks, Michelle. So who we got next? There's Zach. Okay. Talk to us, Zach.
What is going on, y'all? RSB, good to be back with you. Of course, appreciate being on with you at the Beljanski conference.
Yeah, but I don't remember that mustache being so full. This is embarrassing to me.
Yeah, that was the beta-glucan, actually. So doubled the dose, mustache got longer. No, just kidding.
Good to see you, Zach.
Hey, you too. I appreciate y'all doing what you're doing tonight. Y'all are doing a great job hosting it. Yeah, really, same kind of thing as Michelle was saying. We're so fortunate as ACEs at Better Way to get so many opportunities on the phone with our customers with real conversations, right? Not all transactional, not just placing orders, but we get to hear all of these thousands of different stories, build relationships and cultivate relationships. That's one of my favorite parts with our customers is getting to hear from them often, making friends from around the world. So really one of my favorite stories is from, we'll call him Tom from Hawaii. So this has probably been a year and a half or so ago. A gentleman calls in and he had just been diagnosed with prostate cancer, had found out about our beta glucan, but really wanted to nail down the science before he purchased. And it just so happened that at the same time, something you and I had spoke about, Robert, is that my father, the exact same time, was diagnosed with prostate cancer. So me and him really just right off the bat connected on this level. Just personally, of course, we go through the whole beta glucan thing, sign him up, and then he calls back a month later and he goes, "Hey, everything is going good, but how's your dad?" And then we start talking about that. I'm gonna go, "Well, hold on. How are you?" And then we've created this relationship where every month and a half, me and Tom get on the phone, we catch up, see how they're doing. And it's all because of beta glucan and the immune system, right? That's how I ended up here, right? He had something serious going on and he knew that he needed something to strengthen his immune response, right? And so that's what led him to us. And one thing led to another. Now I've got a best friend in Hawaii, where that's tricky to get on a phone when I'm on the East Coast, but we always manage to kind of match it up. And that really shows I have hundreds of relationships that our ACES teams have just like this, from people around the world, around the United States, that we get to talk to, and they call us, they give us updates on their life just to see how everything is going. And that's what you would say makes it worth waking up in the morning, is I know that there are those special phone calls every day that I get to be a part of. And there's just not a better company to work for. There's not a better product to represent. And there's no better customers in the world than the customers who call Betterway Health. So shout out all of my customers at Betterway. You are the absolute best. I love my job and you'll make me love my job. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
I know when I send folks over to Better Way Health, they're going to be taken care of for my show. I have no qualms whatsoever. You guys are amazing. Now, I also saw a comment. When are you going to get to the science? You guys be patient. This is a 3-hour fun event. We're going to be mixing it up. We got stories. We got customer service team stuff. We got scientists. We got doctors. It's a little pepper of this and pepper of that. We also have, I think, Charlene. Is she standing by to give us some more stories?
Hey,
There she
Charlene.
is.
Hello. Well, I'm excited to be here, and there's so many stories it's hard to pick. And but today I was thinking about our customers. We have a long history with Vicky and her husband, and so I remember in 2020 getting this phone call, and I answered the phone, and Vicky said, "Charlene, you're just the lady I'm looking for." And she's like, "I don't know if you remember me, but last year I called with my husband to order beta glucan, and you prayed with us." And I remembered that it was actually a really serious situation. He had received, really bad news and advanced diagnosis and, not a great prognosis. And so I remembered that. I remember praying. And so I was so excited when Vicky called to share the testimony. And she said, this is a year later. She's like, "My husband is doing great. He feels amazing. We traveled internationally, and now we're both using the beta glucan." So super excited. They've both been using the product ever since then. And so that's been really fun. And then I just love the relationship that we do have over the years with our customers. As they started ordering for Black Friday, we got to check in every year and see how things were going. And I remember one of the years, Vicky had this great idea to have her Black Friday orders shipped to Florida to avoid the sales tax. And so, but there was a slight challenge because there was a problem with the address. So her package was lost, and it was a really large Black Friday order, at least 20 bottles. So Vicky was kind of stressed and checking that tracking to see if it was going to be returned. And, we were in communication. So I said, "You know what, Vicky?" I said, "I want you to absolutely forget about this package. I'm going to find it. I'm going to take care of it, and I'm going to make sure that it gets to you." And I'm like, "So check this off your list, and I want you to go enjoy your family, enjoy your holidays, and we'll be in touch." And she's like, "Okay, all right." So she did. And there was a process involved. We got the package, she got it delivered, and I got a phone call from Vicky, and she said, "Charlene, thank you so much for getting that package back to me, and also for the encouragement that you shared in that timing." And so I will just say that, like Zach said, I mean, that's the best part. We love working with our customers, being part of the journey. We weep when they weep, we rejoice when they rejoice, and it's just truly an honor to be a part of their journeys.
Well, leading with the heart, Charlene, and that's so rare in this world where people are just selling stuff and churning through stuff. And it's like you guys develop these relationships that mean so much. And it means so much to me that I can be a part of it and so happily share this news, this good news, and these stories, much less the phone number, and the website. And of course, if you guys are watching this, you know betterwayhealth.com. You can get these deals that we're going to be talking about with Reggie in a moment, as well as maybe Taylor as well. And then we'll have AJ Lanigan joining us, and we got to get into science then. So those that have been salivating for science, you got it coming up.
That's right. Thank you so much to the ACES team. They are incredible. They are the heart and soul of this business. And so if you have ever had an experience with one of our customer service reps and from the team, you know that it's different. And we are very, very intentional about creating amazing customer experiences for everyone. But we really wanted to kick off this science section with none other than RSB, as you call him, the smartest funny guy, you know, is that right?
Well, he's the funny scientist, or is he I don't know if he's a comedian or a scientist for sometimes, but no matter what, you can't take away his smarts. And that's one of the reasons why I initially embraced and dove headlong into using the beta-glucan for my family, because I love the science too. Like some of you have been like, where's the science? I love that too, but I love the stories too. AJ's got them both coming out his ears. There's AJ Lanigan.
RSB, it's been a minute, brother. How you been?
I've been great, and I'm always greater when I see you, and I long for you coming back on my show soon as well. But tonight, it's an opportunity to just let loose on some science, and you said, get out of my way. So I'm going to get out of your way.
Well, I was trying to get out of the way Friday a week ago, and this guy ran into the back of me doing about 60 miles an hour. The truck's not in good shape, but I'm still vertical. Evidently, my immune response was there, even though I didn't see him coming. But yeah, I want to, we want to bore with a big bit today. This is a big deal, and I want to get right in the middle of it. While we're chatting here, realize that our bodies are maintaining about, give or take, 2 trillion lymphocytes. Now, I don't know who's got a job counting all those, but that's about the mass of the size of your brain. Now, these cells are constantly patrolling, they're scanning, they're making recognition decisions, self versus non-self, threat versus harm, all these things it's got to think about. But there's a problem. Most people don't understand that in modern times, modern immune systems, they aren't necessarily deficient. They've become disoriented. We're either chronically inflamed from stress, poor diets, or we're hypersanitized. Our immune systems can get bored because there's nothing to fight. So our immune system's cells basically have forgotten what it means to be a healthy, vigilant immune system and what that looks like. Now, a lot of people say, well, beta-glucan, it's a vitamin. No, it's not. And it's not a stimulant. Think of it as a teacher. It's the immune system's training molecule that our ancient ancestors, they encountered these things on a daily basis. We slept in the dirt. Fungus was all around us. In modern life, not so many people sleeping in the dirt nowadays. We get down into the tall weeds a little bit now, Robert. What is beta-glucan? Well, again, it's a molecule that, a millennia ago, our immune systems evolved to recognize this particular structure. Now, when you use the term glucans, that can talk about molecules from yeast, from grains, from mushrooms, from euglena, all kind of things that do contain something called glucan. But all of these sources have different molecular structures. We want to concentrate on the beta 1316. And don't worry about drawing pictures. We got plenty of pictures on the websites and so forth for you to look at later. But whoever made our immune systems made this molecule a universal danger signal. It's a molecular pattern that says, oh, fungal form in the area. Be careful, be careful. Macrophages, think of it as the immune system's Pac-Man, has on its surface a receptor site called Dectin-1. And Dectin-1 binds to this specific molecular structure and activates this cell with great specificity. There's a lot of different things that it might bump up against, but it's a lock and key mechanism that has been refined over millions of years. So think of beta glucan a little bit, Robert. We, got some new terms. I know you probably hear, tired of hearing mold. Think of it as our immune system's smoke detector. It's not the fire itself. It's an early warning signal that primes our first responders. All right, how does it work? Well, there's two pathways in one elegant system. This unique molecule in the first pathway binds to this Dectin-1 receptor, and then the insides of these immune cells, a lot of them found in our gut lining, and I've got a big, nice gut, so I got a lot of those cells. They activate a cascade of enzymes and others, Syk kinase, CARD9, NF-kappa B. Don't worry about all that. There'll be a test later. But the result is you're going to end up with better immune communications, what we call cytokines. These are like chemical fax messages and emails that go back and forth, letting every immune cell in the body know what's going on, and basically giving us entire systemic immune priming. The second pathway is small fragments of these particles that are in part of our material. They end up binding to another receptor called complement receptor number 3, or otherwise CR3. They're on the surface of neutrophils. They're a special group of special forces. On any given day, neutrophils make up anywhere from 50, 60, maybe as much as 70% of your total white blood cell count. And if an infection's going on, you may see those numbers going any higher. But these neutrophils are born in the bone marrow, and they come out licensed to kill. If you activate these babies, if you're not self, it's bada bing, bada boom, and that's it. Now, what's the elegance of this specificity of this molecule? It primes the system. It's like cocking a gun. None of us know anything about guns. I've got to kind of point out, you cock the gun, but the gun just doesn't fire until there's a second signal. What is the second signal? Well, a bad guy shows up, a virus, a bacteria, a parasite, a cancer cell, or a precancerous cell. That gives the second signal and puts these specialized immune cells. Now, 25, 30 years ago, when I first got started, a lot of this was speculation. It's not speculation anymore. The Dectin-1 pathway, Harvard's figured it out, published in countless journals. The CR3 mechanism, that's all been worked out by the University of Louisville and many others, and they've been studying it on for 2 decades, and they'll continue to. There are researchers in this field that spend their entire lives studying just one of these receptors. And we're finding out new things all the time. So when you look at this material, it is probably the most thoroughly documented material that is out there today. Now, formulation, that's getting to the heart now. Why do we say that we've got to have 85% pure material or better? Well, because if it drops below that, you may have to take 6, 16, 160 times the dose to get the same immunological effect as taking one of our capsules. That's the first thing. Now, if some of these other materials that you find out there, and again, I emphasize the world is full of choices. We all have choices in everything we do in life. We may choose to do nothing. That's still a choice. But if we get the right glucan and the right process, you've got good, strong immune activation. Now, we can eat you know, the barley or the oat beta glucan. You know, I love the little beta glucan, the advertisement with Cheerios. You know, sales always go up when she dances out there and talks about how great beta glucan is. That's actually a different structure. And those grain glucans, they really don't do a good job at affecting the immune response. And again, to emphasize the lower purity products, they're inconsistent with what they do, if anything. So you end up spending a lot of money. So there's a reason why we choose a minimum spec, and it's not just a detail, it's everything if you get ready to decide to use this product. And again, proven. People like Dr. Vaslav Vetvika at the University of Louisville just recently retired about a year or so ago. In fact, he's sunning down in the St. Martins for about 2 weeks with his lovely wife, Yana. But these things I'm pointing out, they mean everything. All these things we talk about with superior cytokine induction and different immune cells listening to one another, you just don't get it with these other compounds, and we know why. Now, clinically, we may have some medical doctors, may have some naturopaths, we may have people who consult regularly with Dr. Google. Okay, so let's get into some of the clinical impact. Some of the work that's been published out there based on live human beings. We've got a marathon runner study where just 250 milligrams a day for 4 weeks before a major race cut the post-race upper respiratory infections by 10-fold. Similar results seen with firefighters, elderly populations, students stressed for taking final exams, across the board, young, old, 880, blind, crippling, whatever. It's been tested. Vaccines. Now, there's a lot of brouhaha about vaccines, and I certainly understand why. It is an invasive procedure. And I think just like with any other thing that they lock up, there's a reason why they lock that stuff up, Robert.
Mhm.
It'll hurt you. And so caveat emptor, and particularly with its use. But multiple studies, and I will emphasize, whether you decide to use a vaccine or not, the outcome as far as future challenges will be better if you're using this product. Studies on recovery and resilience. Athletes recover faster between competitions. Surgical patients show improved wound healing. Cancer patients maintain immune competence during chemotherapy. One of the most fascinating things, and I've seen a lot of fascinating things discovered about these compounds in the last 25 plus years. Trained immunity. We used to think to the innate immune system, it's one and done. It delivers its punch, and that's it. No, we find out again that this material will train and help these innate immune cells remember.
Mhm.
And this training goes all the way to the bone marrow. We're talking about epigenetic changing of our entire immune system. Again, this is published and republished over and over in multiple studies.
And
So
AJ,
why now?
AJ, we've got, you're still in some of our thunder too. It's great. You're prepping us up because we've got actually a crazy marathon runner coming up here in a little bit. And a lot of those studies that you're talking about, we've got people coming in, to dive into those things. And so we've got Dr. Bergeron coming on next.
Yeah.
I want to get him queued up. But before we do that, I want to ask you a question that I've seen come in several times in the chat on one of the topics you touched on.
Sure.
So if Taylor, you want to come on and do a giveaway here while AJ answers the question, and then we'll
absolutely.
We'll bring on Dr. Bergeron. But question is that I saw several times in different forms: is beta glucan from yeast or mushrooms better?
That's a simple answer. The molecular structure that is best comes only from a baker's yeast. It's not that the mushroom doesn't work, is you have to take a lot more of it. Now, in the marketplace, even in the world of mushroom, a lot of times they're growing the mushroom mycelium in rice flour or some other starch flour. And when they harvest it, they harvest the whole thing. There's no way of separating out that material. So they're grinding that entire gamish. And if you had a highly purified mushroom material like a PGG glucan or PSP, these water soluble injectable drugs, you got some pretty good stuff. But hey, Dr. Vetvika even tested our material against that, and it takes about 8 times the dose, even for those highly purified drugs. So it's not that they don't work, it's the incredible amount of product you must consume. Now, I'll admit, I like mushrooms on my steak. So,
Yeah.
but I couldn't eat enough to make the difference of one of our capsules.
Well,
AJ, it's about efficiency. We want to use the least to get the most benefit. I never want to cut AJ Lanigan off, but I know we got so much to do here.
Thank you so much, AJ. We got Dr. Bergeron coming on now. So RSB and Dr. Bergeron, take it away.
Dr. Rhett Bergeron, again, another legend in the Atlanta area as a physician doing great work. It's so good to see you.
Well, thank you. And I promise you, it is my honor to be a part of this marathon event. I'd also say that I was first introduced to Betterway Health and beta-glucan by a patient of mine named Dave about 15 or 20 years ago. And that patient also introduced me to AJ Lanigan many, many years ago. So it's an honor to follow AJ Lanigan. And anyway, just listening to AJ actually inspires me to add a few more, to add beta-glucan to a few of my patients' protocols. And so glad to be here.
Well, and you know, this is where people have the most intrigued, let's say, interest beyond just the science aspect, but integrated into a clinical practice. And Rhett, you see all kinds of patients all the time. And, you know, I just think that the insights that you can share, if you have a few stories you'll be willing to share, as far as you don't have to name their patient names, of course, but kind of things that you've been able to help people with.
All right, I'll be glad to. You know, earlier Charlene was speaking and you made a comment. We all felt that she was speaking and working from the heart as she helped people. Well, I'd like to, not only from the heart, but I'd like to say we can work from a sense of confidence based on the science of 1,3-beta-glucan, and even more based on clinical experience. So I wanted to mention the focus of my practice is mostly around cancer, also some chronic infections and neurodegenerative diseases. But I could say I can highly encourage that every single patient with who currently has cancer or who has a history of cancer should absolutely consider adding beta-glucan to their supplement regimen, even during any type of standard of care therapy. As most of us know, there's a certain sense of immune weakness with cancer, and especially if a patient is undergoing chemotherapy or has been, you know, on chemotherapy in the past, the immune system sometimes never fully recovers after chemotherapy. And unfortunately, you know, that's not really tested by oncologists, but it's true. The immune system can stay on the weaker side. And so I would encourage every cancer patient and anyone here with the family members who have cancer to add this product to their regimen. And then a second thing I might suggest is we found this to be true. If someone is suffering from fatigue, and often there are multiple causes for fatigue, but one of them, of course, is underlying chronic infections that haven't been really tested or identified. But I would say that every patient with chronic fatigue should consider or commit to a 60-day trial of beta-glucan. I'm sure they can expect results sooner than 60 days. I think they'll find definitely an increase in energy if that fatigue is due to infection. So we've seen that work very, very well. I would also, similarly, I would say anyone who tends to catch infections or tends to keep these infections longer than they want, they would be an excellent candidate for beta-glucan. And then thirdly, I would say, maybe lastly, that in the area of aging, my sort of maxim is the older you get, the greater your need of beta-glucan. And because we know that as we age, the body slows down, energy drops a little bit, well, so does immune function. And as we get older, it's not uncommon for our elderly friends and family. They end up, the more often not, they're in the hospital during the winter with flus and pneumonias. Well, 1,3 beta-glucan is one of the most fundamental supplements they should add to their regimen. And what I might say, just generally speaking, a very simple but comprehensive winter immune protocol would be the basics of zinc, D, C, A, and 1,3 beta-glucan. So those are some initial thoughts that I might share.
Yes, appreciate that, Dr. Bergeron. And what about the concept of immune modulation, that concept versus immune stimulation? Because there's so many people that are afraid of hyper-stimulating their immune response. Maybe they're borderline or into the phase of autoimmune diagnoses. Have you seen safety in working with the beta-glucan in your practice?
I have. I've never seen 1,3 beta-glucan ever aggravate any person with an autoimmune condition or any type of inflammatory condition. And so I think, immune modulation is definitely one of the right ways to describe this type of product. And so, for example, anyone with inflammatory bowel disease, such as Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, can also use this product and there's no concern for side effects. So I can easily encourage that.
Now, I think this is an easy question for you to answer, but it's not just that you're prescribing this for your patient population, but I'll hazard a guess that you might take this too.
I do. Actually, what I do is I rotate 1,3 beta-glucan in my regimen. There's so many good products, good supplements that all of us can benefit from. And, sometimes you really can't take them all in a given day or a week. So I like to do a monthly rotation of various products and get the best of as many things as possible.
Well, you do see a lot, and you have seen a lot in a long time in your practice. So your words come with, I think, a certain weight associated with your clinical experience, Dr. Bergeron. I so much appreciate you and your willingness to come on and share some good news here.
Well, thank you. And let me mention one other thing. Lately, I've seen so many men with prostate cancer. And so what I might make an official professional recommendation, prostate cancer usually is a very slow metabolic cancer. And so and a lot of men are choosing to wait and not necessarily rush into conventional therapy, mostly because of some of the side effects that are unwanted. But in the case of any cancer, but certainly with earlier diagnosed prostate cancer, I think I would encourage men to consider adding beta-glucan and, along with other important lifestyle and dietary changes, and follow their PSAs. And and because the prostate cancer it has a slow metabolic rate, you can use something like beta-glucan to really activate the immune system and take hold of those 2 trillion white blood cells that AJ mentioned and use them to fight against your cancer. So it's a very reasonable therapy to add 1,3 beta-glucan.
Thanks. Nice addition for the men here, Brett. I appreciate you so much. And Reggie, again, working with these physicians and having them come on here is a total bonus for the community. I hope you guys appreciate that.
Yeah, Dr. Rhett, thank you so much for coming on. Can you tell us, before you sign off here quick, where is your practice? What's the name of it? How can people find you?
The practice is called Real Health Medical, and it's in the Atlanta metropolitan area. I have a location in Roswell, Georgia, on the north side of the city, and then have a second location on the south side of the city in Stockbridge, Georgia. And we enjoy what we do, and we try to work hard and pray carefully.
And what types of patients do you accept at your practice?
We accept just a broad range of patients, just common health problems that exist, chronic conditions, degenerative conditions. We try to be as helpful to as many people and handle a broad spectrum of health conditions.
Okay.
Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Bergeron.
Well, thank you. And it's my honor to be here. And I need to go so I can go place my order and get on that get on that raffle. So thank you.
Heck yeah. Good luck,
Right.
Dr. Rhett Bergeron.
Okay.
Appreciate that very much. And now we got some more science for you sciencey people out there. Can't get enough of the egghead talk? Well, we got a real PhD joining us now. Dr. Chris Didamo. Welcome. Thank you for coming on board this evening and sharing some your sciencey wisdom on beta-glucan and Better Way Health. Anything you got that's jumping out at you right now?
Well, in this, as I tell everybody, first, it's great to see 427 people in the house. So that's awesome. Glad to share some of this information. I hopped on, we're talking a little bit about immune health, but been around a lot of immune supplements, done clinical trials on a lot of immune supplements, but nothing has the evidence that beta-glucan does, like just flat out. And that's it's rare to make superlative statements like that. Always, never, most, least, but it is the best studied immune supporting a natural product that's out there. So, especially this time of year as we're getting into cold and flu season, I think it's especially important that people are getting their beta-glucan and giving their immune system all the extra support that it needs this time of year.
Yeah, and to support that science, I just want to acknowledge Better Way Health. They are part of a group of supplements with great science behind it, petitioning the government to actually free up the communication that we should all have. As for those of us here in America, we appreciate something called a First Amendment, which doesn't grant us a right of free speech. It's supposed to prohibit the government from restricting our freedom of speech. And if everybody knew all the things this product does, we could tell you that directly, oh my gosh, it would be life transforming for people that are just on the fence and don't really get the message.
Yeah, so I've been living that struggle for a long time. You do, and I equally commend Better Way Health, BWH Labs on the commitment to science. We just wrapped up a clinical trial of the BWH Labs product, looking at longevity, immune aging, all this really interesting stuff that's gonna be released soon. But you can't say even what the product does a lot of times. You see some of this generic we call structure function language, and it's sort of unfortunate, but it's a fight worth fighting. And I know Better Way Health has been fighting that fight just so that we can say the truth, about what natural products can do to support our health.
Yeah, and it is a one that has induced fear into a lot of companies that just kind of cower in the shadows and don't want to be noticed. So the tenacity and courage and the principles of doing the right thing, standing up on the principles that I believe, this company and the people behind it and all of those that have reached out to the ACEs team and they learn of this commitment, that, it isn't just the stories that we tell that often do have a great impact beyond our ability to communicate the science directly because of the restrictions on direct language about products that are not drugs. But I so appreciate you, Chris, because I know you've been in this battle for a long time and produced profoundly impressive scientific validations, if you will. And then we go, can we go out and tell everybody? Well, no, not directly. It's like, wait a second. People think that's the craziest thing they ever heard. But eventually we'll all work and we'll one day be able to speak more directly on it. But thank you to all of your efforts, too, to make sure that this information doesn't fall away and it really one day rises up where we can be direct about it.
Well, it's been a passion project for me. There's a lot easier ways as a scientist to make a living than doing clinical trials of natural products. But I myself have benefited from these products. My family has. The beta-glucan story is interesting. I was an athlete and was going hard, in the gym, playing basketball, martial arts, all this stuff, and found myself getting colds far more often than I liked. And I went and dove into literature. It's what I'm trained to do, and just saw this wealth of science on yeast-derived beta-glucan in particular, preventing respiratory infections. And I said, well, I ought to give this a try. And, started to notice some benefits, fewer colds. When I did get them, they were not as intense. They didn't last as long. And, committed to doing some study on these products. And that's where we are today.
Yeah. And just to reiterate, from my perspective as a homeopath, I always look to things that have close to the safety profile of homeopathic medicine, which you know, we know that even in the herbal and supplemental world, you can take too much of something and have a problem. As AJ has referred, and others have as well, the only way you're really going to hurt yourself with this is either you don't take it and because you needed it, or you get bonked on the head with the bottle that falls from above. It has an amazing margin for safety, which is something that should concern us all, including even in the natural dietary supplement world.
Yeah, definitely. You know, in science, there's this term, the number needed to treat, that you'll see in some studies. You should see it more often. You'd be surprised how high that number is for let's say like a proton pump inhibitor medication to prevent acid reflux. The number needed to treat is quite a bit higher than you think. It's not 1 out of 1. You know, you may need to treat 10, 15 people to get one person to get the response you want. But there's also the number needed to harm that we ought to think more about. And the number needed to harm for a lot of medications is pretty low, sadly. But for something like beta-glucan, it's extraordinarily high because the safety is so well established for this product. And, you know, at this point, thousands of studies that have been done.
Well, and that's why I've been able to raise my children from their youthful young ages to now adulthood at 20 and 25. And as I've said before, they've never even once had to resort to an antibiotic drug, which is something even a doctor that prescribes those from time to time would rather say, I wish I didn't have to.
Oh, sure. Yeah, there is a time and place for them for certain people, but the ideal is to not have to take them because they wipe out the gut flora, especially for younger children. You know, that can have sometimes lifelong repercussions. So not to scare anybody, but, you know, the goal is to really give your immune system the defenses, the bolstering that it needs through beta-glucan and other healthy habits and natural products, such that you don't need to get antibiotics, or at least that you minimize the amount that you have to use them.
Yes, Dr. D'Adamo, the question I have here is about the sneak preview. I don't know, I'm pushing here, but you say there's some new science coming out, new trials coming out. Can you give us any hint or inclination of what might be revealed soon?
Okay. Well, we haven't seen the results yet, but the study that we did looked at taking, you know, beta-glucan, the BWH Labs 500 product, you know, the Better Way Health, so it's 500 milligram dose, and looked at how that affected people's biological age. So I think we all know people who, gosh, you're like, is 75 years old, but still running around like they're 35 years old. And conversely, someone who's 35 years old that is really struggling and maybe biologically, you're 75-year-old. There's actually science that sort of shows how people are aging biologically and not just chronologically with good labs. True Diagnostic is a lab that does that. Our team set out to see, well, how does taking the BWH Labs product, Better Way Health product, at the label dose, so not some super physiological dose, but what would be recommended for anybody to take, how does that affect their biological age? How does that impact their pace of aging? And then how does it affect the immune system age? And we're looking at all other kinds of pathways of the immune system, you know, in human beings to see what does this look like. So this, you know, this red hot longevity area, you know, it's not just how long you can live, but your health span, you know, how well, you know, you want to be out there living life, doing whatever it is you enjoy to do, you know, in your 80s, 90s, 100 and beyond. You know, that's what we're kind of going after, is to show that this product can help support people's longevity and health span goals. And we're going to have rock solid, hard scientific data to show that.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm thrilled that once again, not every company invests in this because it is not inexpensive to do. But to have the validations is so profound because it's more than creating marketing slogans and slick presentations to convince you to buy stuff. There's a lot of that goes on out there without the substance behind it. And I tend to only align myself with folks like Better Way Health that do that level of investment, that care enough to find the best people to validate, or even to learn things like, you know, if something's off, you want to know because you always want to do the best. You always want to do better. And I know that your reputation precedes you. For those that don't know about you, I do, that you do that kind of quality work. And I appreciate Reggie and the gang working with you on this.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that right back. The fact that you've probably heard about some of these studies led by Dr. Vetvika, but it is, you know, not all supplements are created equally. This goes across categories. And I wish we had better head-to-head comparisons so that people knew which product, when they go to a store or they look online, which one is going to give them the efficacy that they're seeking. These studies led over the course of many years, you know, a decade plus, by Dr. Vetvika, compared beta-glucan commercially available products to one another on phagocytosis, which is a measure of immune function, IL-2, a variety of different measures of immune function. And the Better Way Health, BWH Labs products in every single one of these studies, wasn't like it was just one lot, conducted over a decade, consistently outperformed the other ones. And that to me is just that's what you want to seek. Again, I wish we had this for everything out there, every probiotic that's out there, every herb that's out there, but we do have it for beta glucan. And we know that these are the products that have the most efficacy.
Reggie, welcome back, my friend.
I am here, and thank you so much. We didn't give Dr. Chris Tadamo, a proper intro, but Chris, you were hearing from a guy who's got, don't you have over 100 published papers in this field?
Thanks be to God, I do. Yes, I've got over 100 peer-reviewed scientific publications.
That's incredible, and a lot of these are on natural products and natural supplements. And so Chris is an epidemiologist. He got his PhD in epidemiology. And you were the director of research at the University of Maryland Center for Integrative Medicine for how long?
I did that for over 10 years.
10 years at the University of Maryland. So incredible education and background. And just, our friend, Dr. Eric Zielinski, looked into all your work and was like, man, this guy is prolific. That's the word that he used with all of your research. And I know you are a super humble guy like Moses, but I'm just going to get to brag on you, to let the lips of another man praise you. So we are so honored and grateful that you're here. You get to share some of the evidence and research on beta glucan. And it's just been amazing to work with you and your team. And we are really, really excited. So I want everyone to stay tuned for the results of the clinical trial that Dr. Chris Tadamo just put together with beta glucan for biological aging. I mean, we're essentially trying to figure out how is this going to impact longevity, right? And how resilient is your immune system to be able to bounce back from things. So Dr. Chris, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. So I know it's time to go put the kids to bed.
You got it.
So we appreciate you stopping by.
My pleasure. Great to see everybody. Stay healthy, everybody. And it was a pleasure to be with you.
Good to see you, Chris. Thank you.
Take care now.
We're going into kind of our next, act here. We're going to pivot, and we're going to talk about this thing right here, Immune Ready, which is the beta glucan in a drink, in kids gummies. We're going to be sharing a little bit about this. So we're going to bring on Kevin Wallace, who is my partner in business. And Kevin, who came on, been here 5 years now. And, we've been selling this product in a capsule for 25 years. And Kevin's got a mission and a vision to take this product to the world that started on the other side of the world. So Kevin, tell us about Immune Ready and what's Immune Ready?
Hey. Yes. So that is absolutely the key to this. The key to the whole mission, to everything here is the beta glucan, right? I mean, I've been taking this ingredient over the last 5 years. I believe this is the single best and easiest thing you can do for your immune system. Having said that, it's been in a capsule for up until, about a year ago. So I've been taking mission trips for the past few years, pretty deep into the Himalayas. It's pretty rigorous. And I have been taking the capsule. Took the capsule, I would mix it with a liquid IV or a hydration drink, and start my mornings out that way. Did well. But one morning on the trail, wake up, I'm doing that, and I have this moment of, hey, this could be a better experience. There's an opportunity here. So that's where the concept of Immune Ready and creating a drink that would meet the immune readiness needs of high performance, of travel, of it would be refreshing and convenient at the same time. Really made for mission, mission ready. So came back from that trip. I think it was in 23. I spent like the next year working through formulation, working through form factor, working through brand positioning, all the different pieces that go into what we have now, which is the Immune Ready drink. So that was awesome. This year, I got to take the finished product, all 3 flavors, back on the same trip. Just got back a couple of days ago from Nepal, and provided the whole team. There was 9 of us. Provided everybody with the drinks, a mix pack of everything, of all the drinks, and also I picked up some Himalayan salt while I was over there, and we would mix that in the mornings as well to give an extra electrolyte boost, because I just didn't want 1,000 milligrams of sodium in the drink, the kids will be drinking. So, but it is easy to turn that into whatever, like a custom hydration electrolyte performance drink, if you want. So that's the way we used it. This trip turned into the same grueling, the first day of trek is about 12, 13 hours. Like, you're leaving out when it's daybreak, and you're normally trekking in the dark for the last little bit. But this year there happened to be a cyclone in the Bay of Bengal, so that created like monsoon conditions, and not only did we do the normal trek, but we were just downpour the whole time for the first half of the trek. And so we needed even more, the immune readiness, the protection with the drink, taking the capsules, the pure beta glucan, all those things together. We made it to our destination, where we spend like 24 hours with a specific group, and it was amazing. So, hey, and I have a few. Let me see if I can get these. I'm gonna share screen. Let's see. Okay, just as this is just a little intro into well, I was gonna play some. We'll just look at some images. The screen, you can see the darkness. This was us hiking back after that first day. Pouring rain in the dark, lamps on, headlights on for like 2 to 3 hours of the last part of the trek. Us on the trail. Yep, at our destination, Redok, which is a small village in the very northern part of Nepal. Amazing. And actually got some Immune Ready kids gummies in there. So those were going to the kids. In this case, one of our guide started having some fun here with one of the leaders up there. So poor Pooh was passing out Immune Ready gummies to that's Cheddar. That's my boy Cheddar. He's a leader up there. And then poor Pooh proceeded to, keep handing them out to the kids and the moms and the grandmothers and the
Kevin, how many guys did you tell me that went on the trip with you this year?
There's 9. There was 9 of us.
And y'all were in the middle of a monsoon, hiking up the side of the mountains, and
yes,
everybody's taking the Immune Ready and didn't get sick, right? Kept you healthy.
Yeah, nobody got sick. Here's the Himalayan salt that I had a nice lady, pack me for the trek, and was sharing that with everybody. Just dump it in when the sticks go in, and then so the outcome was, there's all this along the way, joy with the kids, encouragement, and then nobody got sick. So
that's great.
That was, we had, 3 days of flights in, 6, 7 days of trekking, and then, 3 days of flights back. So all that travel, all that high performance, all that like, in all the different conditions. And yeah, I mean,
Kevin, that's a
everyone made
profound
it.
testimony to put your body to that level of strain and stress, traveling all over the world, getting there and then hiking for days like you did. Just totally impressed. I like that
Yeah.
Immune Ready looks terrific.
Thank you, Kevin. And
Yeah.
RSP, I want to say, so we've got Kenny coming on next, who will introduce a good friend of mine. This thing, an idea was born, from Kevin traveling to Nepal. And now we've got coming on next, Kenny, who's a 4th-degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, who travels all over the world. You're going to see this theme of travel, guys that are going. And he is actually going to be calling in, I believe, from Vietnam, where he is there currently teaching and training. Kenny, welcome.
Oh, there it is. What's up, guys? And I thought the meeting started like 2 hours ago, so I've been up since like 5 a.m. waiting on you guys.
Well, that's Reggie. I'm pointing to Reggie. So when you get him in the ring next time, you talk to him. Kenny, your use of the beta glucan as a high functioning athlete, when we talk about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you talk about putting your body to the extreme within short burst periods of time as well. And recovery is important. That also relates to immune function. How have you integrated the Better Way Health beta glucan or other products?
Well, it's not just integrated. It's a part of my life now. It's part of my gym's life. We sell it at the gym. Look at this. Look at this. I just got done at the gym. I'm drinking this right now, you see, because I know how important my immune system is to me, because especially when I'm traveling, I'm teaching, I'm training. If I get sick, it costs me a lot of money, okay? People fly me out all over the world to come and teach and tread only on me. It's going to cost them a lot of money. So it's very important. And we're rigorously sweating every day. I mean, sweating on each other. That's the thing. I'm not just going out as a high performing athlete, just sweating. We're literally sweating on each other. So I don't know what Reggie has. I don't know when Reggie sweats on me, he breathes on me. I don't know what I'm, exposed to, right? And so it's very important for me to keep my own, not only my body, but I mean, just myself healthy.
Well, yeah. And the thing is about the interaction with other human beings, we do not want to fear interaction. They've told us the lie that we must separate, divide, hide, mask up, and, live in fear. That's not the way you live. And I don't want anybody to have to live that way. And part of the way to break through fear is to realize we can strengthen ourselves within by practicing like you do, and also integrating the things and making it, as you said, part of your life. The things that modulate and strengthen your immune system.
Yes, 100%. And this thing, my son actually loves this too. It's that old school flavor. This is the tiger's blood. So it's the coconut watermelon, right? And so this tastes so good. I mean, he literally, he looks for it. Sometimes I gotta, stock up extra because I run out. I mean, sometimes I can't have it because he already took it all.
Well, what do you expect when you name the flavor tiger's blood? The kids are going to be like, I want that. That is awesome. What a cool combination. No, I'm blown away by anybody that takes part in the things that I guess used to be part of the human experience to strengthen our bodies throughout all of our age ranges, and I think as we talk about a study on longevity that Reggie and the gang are funding, part of that ability to be strong into old age is doing the things that you're teaching, Kenny. And I'm really thrilled to first connect with you here. I can't wait one day, maybe when you're not having to wake up at 5 a.m, to get you on my show to talk about your journey, because I took up kickboxing very late in life relative to my whole life, and I've only gotten stronger from it. And by doing the things we talk about here, we can manage even the things we thought were going to happen when we age, and we can get stronger as we go.
Sure. It's not about just, for me, it's not just jiu-jitsu, it's any activity. It's people, there's that old saying, we don't get old because we're not moving. We get old because we stop moving, right? And so it's the quality of life that we're looking for. As we get older, we may move a little bit less, but we're still moving. We want to be able to live that quality of life. You don't want to be 80, 90 years old and be, bedridden. You want to be 80, 90 years old. You want to be outside walking. You want to be playing with the grandkids. You want to be traveling, right? And so that's what I'm striving for.
We want to be dancing if that's your thing too. Whatever it is, to keep moving. That's life. How old is your kid or kids?
He's 9 actually.
9 years old, man. I remember that. My youngest is 20 now, so you got
Yep.
some fun to look forward to.
Yeah, I got to keep up with him. I had him late, in late stages of my life, right? So I got to keep up with him. I got to take him to jiu-jitsu. I got to train with him. I got to play kickball. I mean, I got to go to soccer. There's a lot I got to do with him. So I got to be able to keep up. And so my health is very important to me.
Yeah, well, and to those next generations. That's why I've been saying my kids now, young adults, and I've been raising them with the beta-glucan from Better Way Health, and they've never had to resort to some of those drugs that I grew up having to take because I didn't know better. So I'm grateful for you and
Right.
raising your child in a healthier environment.
Hey, I always say monkey see, monkey do. Whatever the kids are used to giving, that's what they're going to do.
Thank you so much, Kenny, for stopping by. I know this is like crazy hours for you, so it means the world to me and to everyone here to have you and your story showing up. I wanted to talk a little bit about just, Kenny and what he's doing. Me and my whole family train at Kenny's jiu-jitsu gym. He runs an incredible academy in Marietta, Georgia. And then Kenny also has a show that you can find on YouTube called Mat Made. Like your story is made on the mats, and he travels all over the world as he's mentioning. So it's very important for him to stay healthy, but he's on a mission to empower people to stay healthy, to stay active, and through jujitsu. And he's telling stories about how jujitsu has changed people's lives because it does. You get the community, you get the exercise, you get the discipline, you have a structured system. And so I'm obviously, biased and a huge fan of it. So thank you, Kenny. And on that note of, Kenny's in Vietnam right now teaching and training. So we want to make sure that he stays healthy as he's traveling. He was just in Korea, I think yesterday, teaching and training at a different place, traveling all over the world. I mean, last year where you went to Greece, you went over to Europe. I mean, like every time, I'm talking to you, you're traveling all over the planet, man. Our job at Better Way Health is to make sure that you stay healthy, you don't get sick, and you get to keep training at an age. And so speaking of that, I don't know if we've even talked about this yet, Kenny, but traveling, we've actually got our a sponsored athlete by the name of Natalia Lazarus that we're going to talk about in a little bit. We've actually got a video of her coming up in just a few seconds. But RSB, I told you about this.
Yes.
And it's unbelievable what she's about to do. And so I want everyone to just like join us in her journey and follow Natalia because she is about to do something called the Great World Race. All right. And so it's 7 marathons in 7 days on 7 different continents. She is about to run 7 marathons. She's starting Friday in 2 days. She is going to start off running in a marathon in Antarctica. And just like we've got to keep Kenny healthy, we're keeping Natalia healthy in her immune system because of all the stuff is about to be exposed to and all the marathon studies. AJ mentioned them earlier. We've got data, we've got studies on beta-glucan keeping marathon runners healthier. And so Natalia is beta-glucaned up. She is immune ready. So I want to play this video, and then RSB, I want to chat a little bit about this Great World Race and Natalia's journey and how you can follow it.
Dude, thanks, Kenny.
Thank you, Kenny.
Immune Ready has been a game changer for me in training for the Great World Race. With all the back-to-back miles, it's really important to keep my immune system healthy and strong. But what I love most is the people that really make this possible, the team behind Immune Ready. They truly do feel like family, and they really do care about your overall health and wellness.
I heard what you said, Reggie, and I'm still just staggering to conceive of what she's attempting starting Friday.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
And so the first run, and I didn't even know that there wasn't a course you could run in Antarctica, a marathon.
That's right. She's starting out in Wolf's Fang, Antarctica in 2 days. On Friday is her first race in Antarctica, and then she will get on a plane and she'll fly to Cape Town. And away she goes, 7 marathons in 7 days on 7 different continents.
Just the time you have to transit on a plane between these places is a day in some cases. I'm blown away. I can't wait to talk to this woman. And, I pray that she survives, and others, if anybody else is doing this, that they do that. But I'm glad she's got the beta-glucan because I don't know that it would be possible without it.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that, she was as as ready as possible, as immune ready as possible. Now, the really incredible thing about Natalia is she's got a husband named Dr. Ryan Lazarus. So Natalia and Ryan happens to be a functional medicine doctor who trains high performance athletes. I mean, this is a guy that works with athletes that are doing crazy things like rowing across, the Pacific Ocean on a rowboat and like these crazy feats. And so we've got you guys will start to see Ryan pop up. We're going to do an athlete focused education series coming up in the new year with him. But Dr. Ryan Lazarus is amazing, works with all these incredible athletes. And so, of course, he's helping his wife and making sure that she's healthy, that she can thrive through traveling around the world, doing 7 marathons in 7 days. And so Dr. Ryan Lazarus and Natalia wanted to join us today, but unfortunately they're in Antarctica, or fortunately for them, running a marathon. And this really goes back to we gave them the research probably 6 months ago and said, hey, we've actually got published studies using our beta-glucan product for marathon runners showing fewer upper respiratory tract infections, showing faster recovery times, because we know there's this concept in the literature that's referred to as the open window. And that open window means that when you are going through some high intensity exercise, your immune system is really beat down. There's about a 24-hour period where you're very susceptible to infections and bacteria and things like that, and your immune system is depleted. And so after high intensity exercise, it is critical that you get all the extra immune support you can get. And so we have juiced up Natalia to run around the world. So if you are part of the Better Way Health family, if you're on our mailing list, if you are a customer, we're going to be keeping everybody up to speed as we get updates from them on how this great world race is going. So very excited and very proud and honored to be partnering with Natalia and her husband, Dr. Ryan Lazarus, on this journey.
Excellent. I can't wait to follow through on this one.
I don't think there could be a better queue up for what's coming up next. I know. With the Immune Ready Kids, right? And Dr. Z and Mama Z coming on. RSP, you know them well.
Yeah, with all their kids, and they keep having more kids. I can't keep up with them. I haven't seen them in a while, and I'm excited just to have them be part of this. I love them dearly. Dr. Z and Sabrina. Oh my gosh, are they really here with us? Yeah, look at that. There they are.
Hey, brother, long time no see.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. Love you dearly. So good to see you. Can't wait to hear all the good things you guys are up to.
Yay.
Well, we're having babies. RSP.
Yes.
Baby Z. We can call this another beta-glucan baby.
Yes.
Thank God for Immune Ready and for the beta-glucan for empowering Mama Z throughout the pregnancy. And
yes.
Number 7, baby Elizabeth is doing great, and she's getting the beta-glucan through the breast milk.
Yep.
And we love it. Yeah.
Well, you guys are really countering the lack of fertility out there that I read about everywhere. So thank God for the Zelensky family single-handedly repopulating America. Thank you.
Yes, buddy. We got to talk to Chris about doing a study. I'm convinced, and our heart goes out to people, obviously, who can't have children that want to, but there's definitely a connection between immune function, fertility, health in general. And when it dawned on me that we need to be smarter, right? We've heard so much today about trained immunity, immune modulation, right? Wait till you get the study from Chris, immune resilience. We need to be a little more strategic in the products that we take. And when we met Reggie 10 years ago, and he just plopped a big binder of research in front of me at a lunch meeting and said, hey, you're a researcher. What does this mean to you? My mind was spinning. I'm like, I've never seen or heard of a product or an ingredient with so much data behind it. It's almost too good to be true. It's almost overwhelming to the point where you don't even know how to sift through it. And, it all started with the 500 milligram, and then it kind of changed to a couple different products. And now we live the whole kids, because the reality is, RSB, you can't give this to a 3-year-old.
Right.
And even the older ones, but we did it, right? We took the capsules out, we put it in the smoothies, and I'll let Mama Z share some things about the cream and the drink that's really helped change, just made things so much easier with the gummies, with the kids. But to know that we're being protected, to know that we're just not randomly, quote, boosting immune function in a way that, quite frankly, can cause immune fatigue, to know that when our kids go to school, they're not like all the other kids that are sick for weeks on end. And there's something to say, like, we kind of feel like we got a force field around us. And I give beta-glucan a lot of the credit because it's just something you can't get in your diet. That's a big thing, right? If we can't DIY, if we can't garden it, we think twice about it. So out of all the things that we do, that's one thing that we really appreciate about this product, is because there's no way of consuming it in nature in its natural form. So you have to supplement with it. And it gives us like this really sweet edge. So I'll go on and on about it. For those of you who don't know, I'm actually part of the research study with Chris. I'm super excited, been presenting around the country, and I've learned so much about the immune system, and Sabrina, by virtue, has lived it. But
so, I mean, like for me, it's like, what does it gonna actually do, with the kids? So, whenever we would go on trips or travel with the kids, we'd be in a different environment. We come home and it's like this paradox that the next couple weeks we might get sick. You just don't know. Yeah. And so I tested it out. We go to Florida and we come back, we get sick, so boosting the immune system, at first it became just like something that I did before the trip. Let's see if it works, type of a thing, to really learning, especially after the documentary we did on breast cancer, just chasing after boosting your immunity on a regular basis, how important and invaluable it is for your everyday life. And so we've incorporated that in some of the things that we do with the kids. And of course, we do beef things up when we are going places because it does really make a difference. But to have something in place on a regular basis that you're using that's super easy for moms, easy for us on the go, is a game changer.
Well, the inordinate flexibility in terms of how to use these products. Yeah. We've had great examples here this evening, and you just bring up another one like I love so much because I've raised my kids with this, and now they're young adults. You probably remember my kids when they were a lot younger. You wouldn't recognize them today, but I've been able to raise them without the medicines that I grew up on and my wife grew up on before we knew better, because many of us in America were raised in medical and pharmaceutical type families. And we now realize we've got to do better. There's a place for those things, but more as a last resort, not first, second, or third. And so we've been able to preclude the need for the things that my parents, who didn't know better, went right to the doctor for everything. And we're overusing and abusing that system to the point where our kids never get a chance. And so we've heard some stories tonight from people that are on with us that have children, young adults, and grandkids that are in tremendous immune challenges, situations. Thank God we have access to this. But as your story shows, for those that don't have that concern yet, and hopefully you never will, part of the process is embracing what we're talking about tonight, putting it into practice in your family, raising your kids this way, and then you'll see that they will be raised stronger than we ever were had we known this now back then.
Yeah, this is a generational shift, RSB, and I think that's what you're going after here. Especially after what's happened since 2020, there's a significant difference between those that have resilient immune systems and those that don't. And we see it in infertility. We're seeing a massive increase in cancer, heart disease, so many things that are happening. Of course, obviously, you're looking at people. We look at diabetes, we look at obesity. And at the core of everything here, when it comes down to it, we believe that Christ came to give us an abundant life, right? It's part of our mission as biblical health mentors and educators to share what the Bible says about living a healthy, abundant life, which is one reason why, by the way, I appreciate the company. They're so humble. But if you guys never noticed, look at the 1 Corinthians 12 verse right there, right? The blessing of a better way. And it's so great to be able to partner with for us, right, Christian-owned company, dear friends of ours that we've known for 10 years, local American company with the intent to pass on the legacy to their kids. And RSB, this is something that I know you've seen so many times. Y'all, how many times have a supplement company sold to a bigger company? And it happens a lot. Next thing you know, the product's not the same. And I hate to say it, Bragg's is one of them. And you go one by one, Garden of Life was another one, Ancient Nutrition. All these big companies are selling out to venture capitalism. And that's the goal. Build a company, make a lot of money, sell it, go on. Every time that happens, the big company, because their bottom line is the most important thing, they end up compromising on ingredients. And I had a very just heart to heart with Reggie a few months ago, and him and Kevin, just their intent is to pass this on to their kids. And Jeremiah, Reggie's son, goes to conferences with him. And he's learning at what, I forget, Jay, 9, 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that I could get behind in a huge way, y'all, because at this point, we want something that we could trust. And when you talk to a practitioner who's using a different kind of beta glucan in my network, and you're like, well, I get inconclusive results, it's inconsistent. I'm like, well, it's because the product's not batch tested. It's because it's not specific. It's because they have no quality. It's because the product keeps on changing. You're not going to get that with this product. You know, they have an 85% purity standard. Like no one else in the world has the ability to do that, but Better Way Health. It's the purest, most potent product in the world, and it's consistent. So if you're scientific and if you're a practitioner, and if you want consistent results, if you're a mom or dad trying to treat yourself or your kids, you want consistent results, you need something like this. This is next to a pharmaceutical grade intervention, as close as you could get in the natural world. How can you not get behind it, right? And so it checks all the boxes. It really does. And it's such a blessing for us to have this ability because, like you said, we didn't have it. We were part of the Mercedes 80s era, right? Where doctors were cutting checks all the time, making buku bucks on antibiotics and prophylactic surgeries. And so we believe that we're giving like your kids and Reggie's kids and Kevin's kids and all the kids that are part of this world, this community, this family.
Yeah.
Such a wonderful edge on life to then be able to be fruitful and prosper, because that's the abundant life that Christ came to give us. It's not to be sick, not to be worried, to have a strong, resilient immune system, which is the key, which is the key to living a healthier, longer life. And so it's such a blessing. I'm so grateful for it. And I know it's just made such a difference in little things. Like talk about some of the cream, like, because this is so key.
Talk about that. But I want to also say that for a mom, it's got to be practical, right? So like the kids they ask me, why are we taking this or why this, they want to know. So I'm like, there are certain products that are going to overuse your immune system and actually like shut it down. And this is kind of like you putting on like a super suit. It helps to like soup up your immune system. And so I try to teach them that certain supplements like this, they do have certain rules. So like the first thing when the kids come down in the morning, they're going to have this because it's going to be about 30 minutes before they go to eat their breakfast and stuff like that, because we want to use it in its maximum capacity, right? So I try to teach them that stuff early. Now I have kids all the way from 6 months old all the way to 17. So, once they get past a certain point, they graduate. I make sure that they are able to actually swallow real pills. So they can have supplements by the time that they're 10, and I start them with one, and then, I graduate them. So because I give them a choice, you can be like my grandma and chew all of your supplements, or you can put them in your beverage or whatever, or you can, take it like a big girl or big boy and actually take them down. Because I have friends that still, when they actually have to take medicine, have to have things formulated into gummies for themselves because they do not know how to do that. And I refuse to have that happen. So as the kids get older, they can take the beta glucan 100 and 500 if we're boosting up for a trip or whatever. And so they know the rules and so it's so easy. One little gummy does so much to boost the immune system. But, for us parents, we're on the go. And so again, things have to work with our system. I love this Immune Ready stuff. The flavors are actually amazing. The original, and then they got this new cherry limeade that's amazing. But it's a kind of a toss up between them. But I like to throw these into my my Super Greens shaker in the morning, and I help to supercharge my Super Greens shake and just maximize. So I kind of geek out on this kind of stuff because it is so valuable. I'm always looking at biohacking and working the lymphatic system and adding certain things. But this product just happens to be a lot of keys that turn things on. And so I'm just grateful that we're able to be a part of this. And he mentioned the cream, and this is like an anti-aging game changer. I am 47 years old. And this is one of my keys to staying and looking young. I love this product. They don't use water in it. They use aloe vera. So when the kids have something going on with their skin, this is a go-to in order to, because it keeps the skin dewy and fresh. And like if there's abrasions, and believe me, I have boys, everything is a weapon. So there is things that need attention when it comes to that. So and our kids do like to play, and so that is an awesome cream, not just for mama to look young, but also for the babies to be able to help heal their skin when they have things going on.
Mama Z is super mom, if there ever was one. Unbelievable, your journey, folks. You guys are amazing. And great examples for others. And I know that's what you do. You live and strive to be good examples for your kids and also the community around you. And being part of this community, I'm blessed to know you guys. And I'm thankful for you sharing the story. I think we're going to learn more about that cream from Jessica Carter soon, too. I think we also have some more giveaways to give out. But I can't wait to see you, Dr. Z and Mama Z, again in, as they call it, IRL, in real life, which is all we used to know.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Eric and Sabrina, for being on here. It just means the world to us. I mean, there is no better picture of beta-glucan for the whole family. And so I just want to shout out you and what y'all do. Everyone needs to go be following them. They run Natural Living Family. The website, find them, naturallivingfamily.com. And you do a ton of DIY stuff, right? It's just like how to detox and make your house healthy. Is that correct?
Yes, of course we do. We want to teach really good natural applications to real life so that you can do it yourself. And this is one of the tools we use too.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. We are going to dive into the cream here in a little bit. Thanks for stopping by.
So I know we got Jessica Carter standing by. Let's learn a little bit about her, Reggie.
Yeah, Jessica, as she's coming on, she's going to turn on and talk a little bit about cream and how and why she is using it in her practice. I know she personally uses it, but Jessica, welcome. Thank you so much for coming on with us tonight. It is an absolute honor and privilege to have you on board. You have more credentials and initials than anybody on the call for sure. It is alphabet soup behind her name. And so her tag would have filled up like 3 layers on the screen because of all the education that she's doing. And she's also now on top of that, because she loves it, getting her PhD. But Jessica's a registered licensed dietitian, a certified diabetes care and education specialist, a certified functional medicine practitioner. She's a yoga teacher. I mean, everything. Jessica does a little bit of everything, but you're using beta-glucan in your practice and with your clients. And so we'd love for you to tell us a little bit more and talk about the cream.
Yeah, well, thank you. I know it gets a little lengthy when I put that on, so I do sometimes narrow it, but appreciate that. Someday I'll have that PhD. Someday. Takes a while. So thank you for having me again. I'd like to just start by kind of saying how I got introduced to beta-glucan, because it's really an amazing product, and how I use it is not just the cream, of course. As a dietitian, I'm working with supplements, so it is like this multi-prong approach. So I started, well, I was introduced initially through my work with Ovation Lab and their research initiatives, which you all got to hear Chris D'Adamo earlier. So being a clinician, of course, I was excited about all the literature that he talked about. It's vast. So there is so much research on beta-glucan, and I got myself a copy of Vetvika's book. You can see I even have it tagged there. So I dove in, and I was struck, of course, by the volume and the quality, but it was the novelty also of having so much evidence. That's not something you see in the natural product space. So that really got me intrigued. And as most of us healthcare practitioners do, we start taking the product ourselves. So that's what I did. I started taking it myself. I was traveling a lot at that time with conferences. So it was a great fit there just to stay healthy and stay well. And then I moved it into my family. I actually this isn't about the cream either, but I use it with my daughter. She's a high school athlete. And if any of you have high school athletes, it is a rigorous schedule. I mean, there are like sometimes 6 day-a-week practices, and there's meets or games every other day, it feels like, and it's a short season. So you really can't afford to get sick. So this year we just exited swim season. We're entering basketball, but at the start of swim season, I started having her take it every day, and she was not sick one day. She didn't miss a single practice for being sick. So that was fantastic. And her recovery too. So not just the sick thing, she was able to recover better. Swimming's hard. She's a flyer. That's hard on the shoulders. So she had better recovery. We'll see how it goes with basketball season, but we're excited. So then once I was seeing positive results in myself and in my family, I moved that into my practice. So that's kind of, again, that flow. A lot of us healthcare practitioners do that. We tried ourselves, and we move on to the guinea pigs of our family, and then we fit it in with our patient population. And it really fit well for me because of, so many aspects, but that foundational piece. As a dietitian, a lot of people are, I get people coming to me to find some support for treatments that they have, or they're in chronic disease, but there's a lot of preventatives aspect to my practice. So being such a foundational nutrient, it fit well. And then I was introduced to the cream. So the cream got me so excited. And I'll tell you about my own experience and a case study too. But first, I just want to talk a little bit about why I found value in the cream, not just from the beauty aspect. Of course, I was attracted to that. I'm in my 40s, and as Dr. Z's wife said, that we want to have youthful skin. So I was really attracted to the ingredients there from that aspect. But also, immune resilience is a two-barrier story. So it's the gut and the skin. In nutrition, we say the skin is a window to our gut. And so I started, of course, I had beta-glucan internally, but then I started having patients who, they would come see me with a rash. Maybe it was gut related, maybe it wasn't, maybe it was just a coincidence, but I started just adding that on as a way to get them a little faster results, because it takes time. And one of the challenges in the nutrition space is people lose that motivation over time if they're not seeing the results right away, and replenishing and refurbishing, whatever we want to say, the internal system is not as visible as when we use something on our skin. So that's how it came up initially. Go ahead.
Jessica, if I may, how often, because with all those initials by your name, I can tell you are also into the science in addition to your clinical experience. And how often have you encountered, let's say in the dietary supplement realm, something that is so substantiated as is the beta-glucan that we use for Better Way Health?
Truly not often. I mean, I have the pleasure of working in the functional integrative longevity space. So we're seeing a lot of innovative and exciting products all the time. But the thing that attracts me to beta-glucan actually is also it's like it's classic. It's foundational. It stands up to all of these trends and everything. It stands firm in this sea of so many different products coming and going, and there's just no denying the amount of research. So there truly isn't another product that holds that value. And I can't find a patient not to use it with. I mean, I struggle to. I don't see patients who are on severe immunosuppressants or anything like that. So I've rarely found a patient that it wasn't a good fit, regardless of what their challenges were.
And what about the safety profile? Once again, I see supplements out there that I look at some of the ingredients and even the excipients and binders, all these things that cause me to question, how much do I want someone to take of that to get the good stuff out of it?
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because I was just actually drafting an email to a practitioner who had referred somebody to me, and I wanted them to potentially try a different supplement for something else. And I was struggling because I had to pull in so much, and I was a little nervous about maybe they couldn't take it because of this or this, but I never have that problem with beta-glucan. I feel just so confident and recommending it, as a dietitian, and not having prescribing powers to the extent that a healthcare practitioner, a medical doctor might have. I will usually recommend my clients run everything by their practitioner. Rarely is there a product that I'm like, this is probably fine. But this one, I feel pretty good about saying, I can't find a good reason why you shouldn't take this. So I feel in terms of the safety profile, I mean, that says a lot there.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, I've seen some questions come in. It was mentioned earlier tonight, when people ask about, can I take it if, right? What is it contraindicated for? I saw one comment, if somebody's gone through cancer therapy. Well, we know it's not contraindicated for that. In fact, I think it's essential if someone's on any kind of cancer therapy personally. But there was the one caveat related to if somebody is on immunosuppressant drugs, for instance, anti-rejection drugs, if they've had transplants. Obviously, working with the immune system at that point becomes a very delicate balance. So that's the one area we say, man, work with your immunologist doctor in those cases. But outside of that, the benefit is profound, especially in the most severe cases, even though, as we talked also about it with a number of families and moms and dads out there, including me as a dad and my wife, how we prevented things from happening by keeping their immune system strong and not hyperstimulated, not overstimulated, but modulated.
Right. Well, and I was excited, going back to the cream and thinking about safety profile too. Being a dietitian, I've worked in different spaces. I came from a conventional background, even though I'm now in this longevity functional medicine, that whole soup of kind of innovative practice. But in the conventional space, different times I'd work with clients who had really severe conditions. As a diabetes educator, that was just the realm I was in. And sometimes patients would be bedbound for different reasons. And bed sores were often an issue, of course. And it was, thinking about a safe product to use and also supporting their nutrition system and wanting to see faster healing, because then we could get them more motivated to make better choices. When people feel better, they want to make a healthier choice. And so when I saw that the cream there was some research around how it supported the healing with bed sores, it just prompted me to think about those years past. And I've already shared this with some of my colleagues who still work in long-term care facilities as well. And just with that population, but just, it's exciting to see all the spaces that the cream serves.
Man, all that, and you have a teenage athlete in high school. I don't know how I don't think I could keep up with you.
Yeah, well, Reggie knows there's a story recently. I had to go pick her up from school. She had all kinds of stuff going on. So one of them was a rash that came up, whether it was a real rash or not, but I brought the beta-glucan cream. It's become that kind of carry everywhere cream. My grandma used to carry mentholatum, then she graduated to Aquaphor, and we used to joke, if you cut off your arm, grandma would put some Aquaphor on it. But I feel like I've taken up that charge with the beta-glucan cream.
Awesome. Well, Jessica, thank you. It's great to connect with you. I'll have to talk with you again on my show as well, with your background and story. We'll have a lot to share.
Yeah. No, it's great to be here. I'm happy. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Thanks for sharing with us.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The other one that we've asked in multiple ways was just, how does this product compare to others? The beautiful thing about beta-glucan, you heard AJ mention it. You've heard some other people talk about Dr. Vedvika's book. Dr. Vedvika out of the University of Louisville is kind of like the Michael Jordan of beta-glucan. He was a leading researcher in the world. He had over 200 published studies on beta-glucan. The guy dedicated his entire life to this one ingredient, his scientific life. And nobody has that amount of research published. And he wrote a book on beta-glucan called Beta-Glucan Nature's Secret, which you can find. And in his book, he actually talks about comparing side-by-side comparison studies of different beta-glucan products, and not just beta-glucan, but other immune system products as well. So beta-glucan versus vitamin C or echinacea or astragalus. And he tested in his career over 200 different products and published that in about 9 different studies of immune system products on what they can actually do for the immune system. So what was he measuring? He was measuring things like the phagocytosis of neutrophils, or in other words, in English, how effective is your immune system at going in there and cleaning up or gobbling up, phagocytosing all the stuff in your body that's not supposed to be there. Then he was measuring interleukin-2 count. And Dr. Vedvika's philosophy kind of on that was, if a product is not activating those two things, it's kind of like the 80-20 principle. that's kind of, if you're not seeing results from those two things, you're not going to be having an impact on the rest of the immune system. So it's kind of those two tests that have the biggest indicator of how effective an immune system product is. And guess what? Our product tested higher in every assay, every test he ran against every product he ran. And so when we talk about comparisons to other products, other immune system products, it's not our opinion, but it's actually been published in third-party research and put in his book and published in medical journals and repeated by other scientists. And so that's the great thing about the beta-glucan research is we've got side-by-side comparison studies to other immune system products. So our product beats all the other beta-glucans, and it's been published and it's been tested, and that's why we can say that confidently, RSP.
Yes. Well, that's again why I love working with you guys and supporting you and your, let's just say your investment, not only in the science, but also I mentioned briefly in one of our previous, with one of our previous guests, I think it was with Chris, talking about you guys are invested in freedom. And I don't mean a pious word that's not defined, but freedom of speech, which is the essence of how we remain strong by communicating, by learning, by teaching, and to not cower in fear because we are censored or the attempts against the censorship. Well, let's be honest about what we've come through the last few years. A lot of fear-based propaganda to divide us, to have us hide and not connect human to human, not to come together and worship and praise, and all these things that you can tell are so anti-God, right? And you guys have invested in how do we overcome the fear? As we say, God, it's not my words, but we know we've heard it many times. God did not give us a spirit of fear. And yet so many people are afraid because of what is going around. The things you have done, Reggie, with your team and the beta-glucan and AJ and all the folks here is to invest in things that alleviate that artificial fear, because we no longer have to live in fear when we know we can strengthen our bodies, this temple that we've been given while we are here, the life that we have. And I'm so grateful for that. That's why, that alignment, including in others that have said about working with people that are not, like Dr. Z said, not looking to sell out to the highest bidder to make a fortune and then go off, and then their products that they had integrity, they lose their integrity over time. This is another thing I've seen in my 31 years of doing this as a homeopath. How many good companies are gone, bought up, they still exist, but I wouldn't take their products anymore. So I just want to reiterate for those that are new, especially, many of you are super fans and you know what's going on here and you're part of this and taking advantage of the great deals. But there are some new folks tuning in, and I want you to know the track record here is profound and it is sound, and it is something that, I've aligned with for many, many years, and I'm grateful that we can still do this together. And so share the good word. And for those of you who are getting their orders doubled, maybe some of you need it so desperately, use it. But for some of you, it might be a gift that you can now give to someone that you didn't know you would be able to do. And that's like such a blessing when you're able to do that. Your heart opens, their hearts open, and that healing spreads. So thank you for giving me a few minutes to say that, in addition to hosting and keeping us on track here, which I still think we are.
We are 2 minutes early. It's just unbelievable, RSP. And so I love that you shared that verse. God did not give us a spirit of fear, but it says of power. He gave us a spirit of power and love and a sound mind.
Yes.
And so it is like, hey, you got fear over here. It's not that we just don't need to be over here. It's we've got power, we've got love, and we've got a sound mind. And I would love for you to bring that up with our next guest, Dr. Jonathan Stegall, as he comes on. But Dr. Stegall has the Center for Advanced Medicine in Alpharetta, Georgia. And Dr. Stegall, it is so great to see you. Thank you so much for your time tonight, coming on board. But when you talk about a sound mind, I don't know anyone that is more credentialed in this space, so I'll brag on you for a second. But Dr. Stegall was trained at Clemson, then a master's degree at Georgetown. Then he went to Yale Medical School. He studied a little bit at Harvard as well, and completed a fellowship in integrative oncology. And so he is one of those unicorns in the space that is just so special as a doctor, as a healer, and is working with cancer patients that come in from all over the world to his practice. And I don't want to steal the thunder here, but Dr. Segal, I've known you for years, and I'm always just so blown away because here's this, integrative oncologist, but one of the first questions you ask all your patients is like starting from the beginning, right? So I'm going to let you go in and explore that with RSP. Y'all have fun. I'll come back in a little bit and ask some more questions. But thank you, Dr. Segal, for being here.
Well, thanks, Reggie. Thanks for having me. Such an honor.
Dr. Stegall, nice to connect here. More Atlanta champions. I love this.
Right, ATL.
Yep. You talk immune resilience, and I talk about the power to heal, and I believe it's a God-given power that oftentimes we just have to get out of our own way, but we also have to give the body what it needs. What have you learned as a physician? Perhaps things you didn't learn in medical school that you've used in practice.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, certainly in medical school and in our training, we learn all about the immune system and the ins and outs, but what we don't learn a lot about is how we can really improve our immune systems and enhance our immune systems. We're sort of just taught as this is one of these things you either have a good one or you don't, right? And we obviously know that's not true. But when I look at my patients, especially with your cancer, patients, we're talking about, typically years of insult to the body, which certainly includes insult to the immune system. And so, thankfully, most of my patients are aware of all this, but I always spend time talking about, how do we think we got to this point where your body was so attacked that we got cancer, right? And it wasn't just something that your body was exposed to and fought off, as a lot of the theories now are suggesting, that we all have exposures to cancer, but we just, an intact and strong immune system fights it off. But if you have cancer that was diagnosed, something went very wrong. And so we talk a lot about what may have led to that, what kinds of decisions, what kinds of dietary choices and lifestyle choices, what environmental exposures, all these things we talk about. We know that those really play into the health of the immune system. And then on the flip side of that, that's an opportunity to say, well, what can we do to strengthen our immune system? In terms of things we all know about, like exercise and sleep and minimizing stress and working on our diets, but also certainly things we can do from the supplement world, such as beta-glucan.
Now, how have you integrated the Better Way Health beta-glucan into your practice clinically in terms of your patient population? You mentioned cancer, which is, of course, one of the big scaries out there, although I try to tend to believe that fear also feeds cancer. So I want to encourage folks to have an outlook that is loving and filled with health and healing. And part of it is our belief system as well. We can't ignore that. But there are some things that can obviously nourish the immune system back to full functionality. So tell me a little bit about, if you have a story or two or even three in the time we have, of how you've worked with the beta-glucan with your patients.
Sure, absolutely. So, I mean, when a new patient starts with me, we always get a good full set of labs, and part of that is certainly, analyzing the immune system, whether it's, vitamin D status, certainly the white blood cell status. It's so cool. We can look at not only the total white blood cell population in a patient's, body, but we can look at the individual types, the neutrophils, the lymphocytes, the monocytes, eosinophils, basophils. We can even get into the details even more and look at natural killer cell function and all those kind of things. And so, for me, we kind of start with that of okay, well, where do we stand right now? And what's been interesting to me is, a lot of patients that get cancer, they don't have an obviously weak immune system when you look at their blood work, right? They can have extremely normal, robust white blood cell counts and things. I mean, we tend to think, oh, well, surely they have, decreased levels of these immune cells, but they typically don't. They typically have very normal levels of these compared to the population. But what we're learning is there's so much more to the story than that, right? It's more than just a number on a lab report. It's about how do those cells function, not just how many do you have of those immune cells, but how are they functioning? How able are they to truly recognize something foreign and then go get it? Because what we've learned about cancer cells are, they're normal cells that have mutated, right? They used to be normal, healthy cells. All these insults and stressors on the body have caused those once normal, healthy, high-functioning cells to mutate to survive. And so that's what cancer is. So cancer is very smart. Cancer looks a lot like normal, healthy cells, but there's little small subtleties there that we know are different. And a strong, capable immune system is going to see those a lot easier and kill those cells before they're a problem. And so we know that with beta glucan, we can actually help, really enhance that part of our immune function so that it sees it better. There's all kinds of studies out there now about, immune competency, and the more competent and strong our immune systems are, the less we get chronic diseases like cancer. And so to me, it's a no-brainer. I mean, I put all my patients on beta glucan. I think it's a great supplement because it's easy. We know it boosts the right parts of the immune system when it comes to something like cancer, fighting cancer, and no downsides. I mean, I haven't seen a single side effect or problem from beta glucan in all the patients I've treated. So it's just a no-brainer to me.
Well, that matches up to the safety profile that we've discussed tonight as well. And I recognize as a homeopath that bio-individual, needs, right? There are unique needs to each patient that are different. But when it comes to, let's say that general or overall immune function, they all need that. We all need that. So this is something that is rare in that it can be applied practically universally without detriment, right? That's, again, I can't tell people how rare that is because I'm always about what does this individual, what does this patient need? What does this patient need? But in this case, we can apply it as you've described it in a way that does not disrupt any other unique needs that they have, but only enhances that fundamental foundational bottom line.
Right. Absolutely. And certainly in the context of my practice, I mean, being integrative, we utilize chemotherapy, low dose. We do low dose chemotherapy. We do low dose immunotherapy. We're pulling things from mainstream oncology that work really well. Beta glucan is only going to enhance those things, right? In terms of making them work better, allowing the body to, work with those treatments rather than against them. And then certainly, yeah, I mean, the body wants to heal itself, right? I mean, it needs a little help, I think, when it comes to something like cancer that's so complex and potentially aggressive. But man, I mean, why not enhance the immune system with beta glucan? I mean, vitamin D is one of those things that's sort of a non-negotiable for me. You got to have a good vitamin D status. I kind of view beta glucan as the same thing. If you're going to really ramp up your immune system and optimize it, you got to really have both the vitamin D and the beta glucan on board together.
Mm-hmm. So in addition to your patient population that are in oftentimes desperate need, have you integrated the beta glucan in your personal regimen, much less for your family?
I have, absolutely. My wife and I are both in healthcare. My wife's a nurse practitioner. She's involved in my practice as well. And then I've got, 3 kids. They're 8, 6, and 5. And so certainly they're exposed to plenty of stuff at school and sports and things like that. And so to me, it's just a no-brainer for my whole family, for my wife and me, but also for our kids, especially with the gummies. It's great to be able to really just know that they have that extra level of immune support when they go about their day.
What would you say about your profession? Oncology has earned, not always the 5-star reviews. And I'm not speaking of you individually, but in general, when we think about the overuse and abuse of things that could be helpful. And I love that you're talking almost like a microdosing concept, right? We can achieve more with less sometimes and not risk the life of the patient in treatment. How have you seen your colleagues, perhaps locally in Atlanta or when you go to conferences, embracing this, or is it still a great reluctance? I mean, I'd like to see more docs like you out there doing better for their patient population that are in desperate straits and often can be taken advantage of because of the fear associated with cancer.
Yeah, a great question. We like to say that progress in medicine happens slowly. The more cynical answer to that is it happens one physician death at a time. That's how progress in medicine happens. But no, I mean, people are waking up to this idea, and I'll be honest with you. A lot of that's driven by patients. I mean, patients are well read, they're researched, they have access to all the same studies that doctors do. I mean, PubMed's a great thing. Google and now with AI, I mean, the world really is at your fingertips. And so, patients are much more informed and knowledgeable than ever before. And that's really driving a lot of the change we're seeing because doctors are being forced to answer these questions. Patient goes into their regular oncologist and says, well, what about my immune system? And what about my vitamin D status? And what about things like beta glucan? I mean, it's forcing doctors to look into these things. And of course, the response is going to vary, right? I mean, sometimes it's going to be I'll look into that. Maybe I can learn something versus, oh, that doesn't matter. And, everything you need to know I learned in medical school kind of thing. But change is definitely happening. And again, it's patient driven. I can't say there are a lot of doctors like me out there, but that population is growing slowly
Yeah.
but surely. So.
Well, I'd like to see that you're impacting your profession for the better, and I think so. Also, as a dad, you mentioned you have 3 kids, and some of the shocking things that have come out recently, with this so-called MAHA movement, is the rate of chronic disease among young people. Now there's another study that had showed like 40 or so % of all adult Americans are suffering with a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease type diagnoses. So think about that. 4 out of 10 adults having a liver issue. And I'm not talking about dying of liver disease yet, but it's indicative of our world toxic lifestyle and deficient lifestyle. And that I think there's a role for a lot of good things that I cover on my show, but certainly, again, foundational to all of that is basic immune function, enhancement, not hyperstimulation, modulation. And that's what the beta-glucan is doing, from the mildest proactive stances that many of us are taking with our kids to young adults, to the response to the most severely chronically ill cancer patients out there. And we've heard in every case, it's appropriate.
It is, and it's more important now than ever based on the burden that's out there. Like you said, in terms of chronic diseases, liver compromise, these bugs and pathogens out there are only getting smarter, right? And in conjunction, the population in general is only getting sicker, right? In terms of just their health and poor diets and all those things we talk about. So something like we're talking about here to boost immune function, again, it's just a no-brainer to me, and it's essential.
Well, Dr. Stegall, man, thank you for staying up. I guess it's, let's say, 8:41 out there. I'm a couple hours earlier, but I feel like I'm an honorary East Coaster again, like I'd be in Atlanta with Reggie right now doing this. But it's really great to connect with you, and I appreciate all the work you're doing. And I hope if anybody needs the kind of help that you can offer, that they'd seek you out.
Oh, sure. I'm happy to help, and I'm honored to be on this webinar tonight. It's just, again, beta-glucan has helped my family and so many of my patients, and so I'm honored to be a part of what you're doing, and thank you for having me.
Dr. Stegall, before you go, tell us, so what's the name of your practice? Where's it at? What types of patients do you see? How can people get in touch with you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, my practice is the Center for Advanced Medicine. We're integrative oncology practice in the Atlanta area, just north of Atlanta in Alpharetta. We do treat patients from throughout the country, and we've some international patients as well. I structure my treatment as a 12-week program, which I found works really well because a lot of patients are really looking for a lot of answers to a lot of questions, and so to really combine that into a plug and play program, if you will, that's very tailored to the patient, but also we know the things that work well in terms of blending sort of Western medicine and Eastern medicine. And so we found that to work very well. I'm big on data. I'm big on tracking progress and outcomes in my patients. And so I'm just consistently blown away by the results we see just in the patients we've been able to help. I mean, patients that are told to go home and get their affairs in order and they're still alive years later doing great. That's really gratifying work. And so I'm honored that I've been called to do this. God told me to do this. And so I've listened, and it's just blown me away. And so, yeah, the best way to find out more is just my website. It's tcfam.com. That's an acronym for the Center for Advanced Medicine, but has a lot of information about my program, my practice. And then, I have written a couple of books. They're on Amazon. I wrote Cancer Secrets, as well as Fasting from Cancer. Those were bestsellers. And then I do have a podcast I do as well, the Cancer Secrets podcast. So try to get plenty of information out there for people. I know especially cancer patients are scared. They're worried, and they've been told all kinds of different things. And so one of my joys really is being able to get information out there that people can truly rely on, because there's a lot of information, and a lot of that is misinformation when it comes to cancer and what people should be doing. So that's what I try to help people with.
I would highly recommend for everyone listening to check out Dr. Stegall's podcast. So the Cancer Secrets podcast, you're going to be able to dive deep and learn about his approach, his method, and so much information about cancer. And I can personally attest, we have recommended friends, family, other people to Dr. Stegall. And this is, you're incredible. Thank you for the work. Thank you for obeying the call from God that he gave you to do it. And it is incredible to see the results that are coming out of the Center for Advanced Medicine. So thank you for joining us tonight. I know
Thank you.
Thank you got kids and you're going to put everybody to bed. But really, really appreciate you, Dr. Skull. Hope to see you back soon.
Sure. Sounds great. Anytime. I'm always happy to be here.
Great
Thank
to
you,
connect.
guys.
Yeah, great to connect. Thank you. We just thank you all for genuinely for trusting us with your hard-earned money, for trusting us with your health. And if there's anything that we can do to create better customer experiences or anything we can do to serve you better, please let us know, and we will do it. And so we love you all. Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night.